day 2 of the 2022 SAFETY4SEA Forum. Yesterday, we had a full agenda discussing about human factors and ESG, and we had also the awards, the SAFETY4SEA awards at the end of the day. Congratulations are due to all the winners. A number of 8 awards were given away, and especially to John Adams and Bill Gallagher, who received the Personality and the Leadership Award accordingly. Today, we have planned for an agenda full with presentations and panel discussions. We will be discussing today about SIRE 2, we'll be discussing about crew welfare, and we will also be discussing about maritime security. And again, we would like to thank you all at this time for tuning in, and we would like to thank in advance again all our panelists and presenters for the contribution to the agenda and the discussion. And of course, we would like to thank all our sponsors for the support for the event. So without any further ado, let's proceed with the program.
Hello, everyone. This is Captain Sanjive Nanda, Vice President, Senior Executive from American Club. The topic I'm going to be speaking on is SIRE 2.0. That is the latest version of ship inspection that will come into force in October 2022. Due to the limited time allotted, the presentation is skeleton and with brief outline only. As a matter of history, SIRE was introduced back in 1993, a uniform code introduced in 1997, SIRE inspectors training and accreditation introduced in 2000, and in 2004, SIRE was extended to barges and small vessels. As mentioned, OCIMF launched SIRE inspection report, which allowed OCIMF members to submit their ship inspection report to OCIMF. Since the introduction of SIRE program, there has been 80% reduction in catastrophic events. However, some incidents still happen, but are greatly reduced. As a first step, a request for inspection is sent by the vessel to the oil major. Upon receipt of confirmation from oil major, the vessel owner is required to upload detailed information of the vessel particulars, crew metrics, certification, and important documents like class report, qualification and training of officers and crew, underkeel clearance policy, lube oil analysis report, to name some. This information is uploaded on OCIMF website by vessel owner. The vessel operator will also make a declaration that all the data and photos that have been uploaded are accurate, complete, and in accordance with the instructions. All this information becomes available on pre-inspection questionnaire. Upon completion of above process, the system generates CVIQ, which is compiled vessel inspection questionnaire, which is used by the vessel inspector to carry out the SIRE inspection. Inspector is required to review, familiarize with the questionnaire, as the inspection usually takes about 8 to 10 hours. Having received confirmation of inspection, and CVIQ. Inspector will schedule his inspection in coordination with vessel owner and attend on the vessel at scheduled date and time. Inspector's computer is equipped with GPS to keep track of his location, and at the same time, it records progression of inspection and activity on board. All observations are directly recorded on his computer so that a report of observation can be generated and printed upon completion of inspection. The current SIRE program mainly focuses on management system and hardware provided. SIRE 2.0 is transformational step and is very broad, integrating human factor, focus on significant risk, and to prevent and to mitigate severe incidents on board the vessel, strengthen confidence and trust in SIRE as information is provided by operator and inspector both, align SIRE and TEMSA regulatory changes by incorporating frequent regulatory changes, transformation to digital inspection from the paper-based reports, the system that used to be at present, the overall intention being no harm to people, environment, and ship. This exactly is the motive of SIRE inspection. Upon completion of inspection, the responsible parties get together with the inspector and with the list of observations so that the vessel is aware of the observations and clarify if in doubt before these are uploaded into the SIRE database. These observations are noted under various headings such as navigation, hardware, staff certification and familiarization, ISM, ISPS compliance, familiarity with the manuals, safety precautions, and notices placed at access locations. On completion of inspection, and when the report is uploaded by the inspector on OCIM website, the report recommends the report is available to the vessel owner, and they have 14 days to respond to the observations and correct deficiencies. The deficiencies are not considered closed that have actually been closed, but will also be checked by superintendent during the routine inspection by the superintendent. All deficiencies or all comments which are noted on the observation, because the observation will consist of the deficiencies, and it will also include the positive aspects of various procedures, instruments, and any other thing that is found by the inspector as a positive note. And there will be some observations which are basically from the point of view of highlighting certain issues that may likely come into place at any future date. So the vessel owner is always asked to look into these observations in a very minute manner so that corrections are done. The positive points which are noted on the observations, those are only from the point of view of the vessel owner to note the positive aspects of the vessel. And there are various other observations which may not affect the vessel right now, but could take place at a future time. So those observations, which are not negative, not positive, but simply the observations, the vessel owner needs to take care of that too, because those observations which are noted by the inspector could possibly become certain issues on a previous date. And if those precautions are not taken into account, they may possibly result into a future incidents, the scope of inspection being to make the ship safe for everybody, safe for the crew, safe for the officers, and to ensure that upon compliance, it is overall safety at sea, including prevention of pollution. And this would bring to end this presentation. Thank you for your time in listening to this presentation. As I mentioned earlier, due to the time constraint, this information provided over here on SIRE 2.0 is limited and is delving basically on skeleton information, not going into too many details, but just the outline of information. Once again, thank you very much for listening to the presentation.
Hi everyone. My name is Captain Debashis Basu. I am the founder of NavGuide Solutions. I must thank the team of SAFETY4SEA, especially Ms. Joanna, and a special shout out to Mr. Belokas for inviting me to speak in this forum. Now this is going to be a little different from conventional SIRE 2 awareness sessions. This discussion is going to be a little more advanced, assuming that the viewers are already aware of the basic concepts of SIRE 2. I'm going to present two clear and actionable strategies for vessel operators to incorporate within their system to effectively prepare the vessels at a much deeper level. See, we started our journey as a company in 2019, and we wanted to find an effective and time-efficient method of self-inspection that the ship staff can follow, and a system which would improve the efficiency on board without increasing the burden on them. We eventually cracked that code, and we are working with several operators now. We have been working on SIRE 2 actively for more than about a year and a half, and passively for more than about 3 years now. By the end of this session, I hope to have imparted part of that knowledge and to add value. So time is short. Let me jump in. Well, SIRE 2 is expected to bring a massive change in the tanker industry. However, the philosophy on which it stands is an eternal philosophy. It's the same philosophy with which RightShip has also revamped their inspection regime to RISQ, a principle of continuous improvement. Essentially, OCMF wants to crank it up a notch when it comes to safety and compliance. There could be a little discomfort in the beginning, but no pain, no gain. The question is, how can we minimize this pain? Well, we are already aware of the major elements of SIRE 2, the photo and the certificate repositories to be maintained, the compiled VIQ that will be different for each vessel every time the inspector would come to conduct the inspection using the tablet, the 4 question types, the 4 response types of hardware, human, process, and photos, and of course PIFs playing a major role. Now, question is, how do we handle this change? There is this broad sword approach that most operators are going for, upgrading their SMS, upgrading the procedures, conducting workshops to make people aware of SIRE 2, enhancing their checklist to make them more detailed, conducting pre-SIRE, pre-vetting, and mock SIRE inspections. Now, these are essential things to do, but they are only the first step. It may prepare the vessels in theory, but it may take several months, even years, to get the ship staff at a level that they need to perform. What I'm proposing is a sharper approach, direct solutions that penetrates into the operation of a vessel. Most vessels would need to improve their work pattern and knowledge level across all ranks to face a SIRE 2 inspector. And I'm not just talking about theoretical understanding of SIRE 2 jargons and terms, but a deeper understanding of their jobs in general. SIRE2 is an evolved and sophisticated tool. Simply following old systems of increasing checklists, increasing procedures won't take us very far. Our solutions must also be evolved and empathetic to the dynamics of how seafarers work. So let us consider a few things. Firstly, when it comes to the working of a ship, all instructions travel from shore offices to ships in some kind of a written format. They could be checklists, PMS guidance, SMS guidance. Essentially, any written material has very little appeal. People don't like to read nowadays because there are so many audio-visual options around us. Next, we depend a lot on trickle-down learning, expecting that the seniors would teach the juniors their jobs, whereas most seniors are reluctant to teach. There may be no time, cultural differences, language barriers, interpersonal issues. People may be shy to ask questions, and there is often wrong mentorship going on. Trickle-down learning is not something we can depend on, essentially. Conventional classroom training, no matter how effectively it is done, has a very low retention rate. Motivation for most of the people in the classroom is just to get the certificate. So no matter how many workshops have been carried out, you cannot expect that to be carried over to the on-job site. People have shorter attention span, cannot concentrate on anything for long. They are busy. We cannot present a solution which would increase the burden on the seafarers, and the solutions must be simple to implement. So considering all this, the first solution I'm proposing is to enhance checklists with visual tools like short micro-learning videos. Now, checklists can say what to do, but they cannot say how to do a certain job. A checklist can, let's say, ask you to check the lifebuoy grab line, make sure it is in good condition. What it cannot do is explain that you need to pick up the grab line in your hand, give it a twist, and check if it is frailing out or not. Instead of leaving things for seafarers to interpret, why don't we tell them and show them exactly what is expected? Micro-learning videos can help in doing so. Let me show you what I mean. What I'm going to show you are extracts taken from different videos. It's not just one continuous video, but they'll give you an idea of what I mean. Ensure that the swivel is not frozen. As you can see here, the swivel should actually turn without the block turning. That's how it should be. The oiling water separator three-way valve. Now this is one of the most common things to be checked. We set the ppm manually to over 15 ppm, and as you can see, the three-way valve got activated and shut off the discharge. Let's test one more time. We are setting it to less than 15 ppm. Observe the valve is opening now. As the OWS alarm there. It also comes up in the alarm panel in the control room and comes up in the alarm printer as well. Grab lines are in good condition. When you're checking the grab lines, give it a twist like so, and if you see that they are frayed and coming off, they need to be changed. The brake adjustment screws. The screws must not be touching the brake band. There must be a gap of about 2 to 3 mm depending on the manufacturer's instructions, as you can probably see here. So we are talking about short videos, 3 to 5 minutes long, no nonsense, no bloat, no animations, not much of theory, just what you need to do, what you need to see. A direct approach like that would be extremely appealing. Now, think of checklists or written instructions as creating a circle of knowledge on board. The micro-learning videos create a bigger circle around it to augment these instructions. They can also give you a visual feedback that cannot be delivered in written form. They can create a pattern of movement so that the seafarer takes a round. As they take a round, they can pick up non-compliances. It saves them time, it saves them effort. It also saves a lot of effort of the senior officers having to explain these things to the juniors. And it is a much younger form of guidance, hence much appealing to the younger generation. This is a feedback we keep getting constantly. The second solution addresses human observations, the performance influencing factors, the knowledge issue. Now, personal interviews are a big part of SIRE2. During a personal interview, we are judging two things. One, whether the person knows the skill, and two, whether they have the right attitude. This attitude, of course, is a very crucial piece. We sometimes become preachy about this kind of stuff to try and explain to the seafarer the concepts of PIF, asking them to be quote-unquote polite, quote-unquote professional. But in reality, these words have their own meanings in our head. I may think I'm being professional while you may think that I'm coming across as somebody who does not care. So instead of throwing words, why don't we use simulation of interviews with gamification elements to indicate the right behavior? So let me show you an example of what I mean. This is a bridge inspection going on. Now, the first question the auditor asks is, when did you last align the compass or last compare the compass? You have 3 free choices. Second option is the right one. They should be done every watch. But let's say you choose option 1. What happens is the inspector is a little annoyed with an indication that says that the gyro compasses must be compared every watch. On the top right, there's an anger meter. I don't know if you can see that. Now, this was more of a knowledge-based question. Let me take you to an attitude-based question. Here we are showing that the inspector has walked up to the gyro repeater on the bridge wing and found that the repeater was misaligned. This is surely an observation. You cannot talk your way out of it. There is no right answer, but there is a right attitude. So the first approach is a casual approach. I don't know. I have not checked. The last one is a nervous approach. The third officer was supposed to check it. What can I do? He's trying to be defensive over there. The second answer is the more professional one. Yes, there is a mismatch. We are comparing it every watch and I will realign it now. So with that second answer, the inspector is shown that he is still not happy since it's an observation after all. The message reads that it is a potential observation. However, in this situation, what you said is the best response. Act professional, own up to error and get it rectified. There are numerous examples that I can give of practical considerations like these, which can be used to create such games. They can effectively point the ship staff towards the right attitude and face interviews confidently. Now, I have tried to present 2 actionable solutions here. How they get implemented is equally important. The implementation has to be smart. I could go on, but time is running out. So before I finish, let me use the effectiveness versus cost graph that Steve Jobs used during his iPhone launch in 2007. See, conventional e-learning can only take you that far. At most, it can give you an idea of SIRE 2. It cannot help you much in preparing for SIRE 2 at a core level. Company guidance in the form of written content, checklist, PMS would not dramatically change the work culture. Even if they do, that will happen with a lot of friction, a lot of back and forth. It will take a long time. You could send onboard trainers to visit vessels, audit and train people on board, and the best trainers would do a fantastic job. The top 5% would really make a significant impact, but the cost effectiveness ratio is huge. It's an expensive option to send someone to impact only a handful of people that may or may not stay with you later. Then there are a majority of trainers with lesser impact and inefficient ones with almost no impact. Sincere mentorship by senior officers, senior engineers is still the best option. That's how most of us have learned our jobs, but not every seafarer is a good mentor. Companies can surely develop their own content. I've seen some fantastic content getting developed by companies, but it's an effective but costly solution. Then there are other content which is not as good. The solutions that I've presented today lie somewhere there. They are replicable, cost-effective, sustainable. So SIRE 2 is a massive change in the industry and expectations from seafarers is going to rise. It is, I sincerely hope that vessel operators would be empathetic to assist the vessel staff in all possible manner and ways to improve their efficiency while they can keep enjoying their jobs. That's all we have time for now. Should you have any questions, I would love to engage with any of you and discuss the details. My contacts are given right there. Till then, stay safe. Thank you.
Dear all, good day. My name is Captain Alexandros Arabatzoglou, vetting manager for Large Marine Management. In anticipation of implementation date SIRE 2.0, great challenges are expected for the human element. SIRE 2.0 is an enhanced and risk-based vessel inspection program. Looking back at the history, SIRE program established in 1993. Since then, developed and grown, while study shows that the number of incidents because of facilities and equipment within the existing SIRE inspection system have been reduced. Incidents because of management systems have been reduced as well. And with the present introduction of SIRE 2.0, the target is the incidents because of the human factor to be reduced as well, even to eliminate. Key changes introduced into SIRE 2.0 can be summarized to following. Operators need to upload a set of photographs, vessel certificates, pre-inspection questionnaire, PIQ, in addition of the already known HVPQ, officer's matrix, etc. SIRE 2.0 system aligning the inspection program as closely as possible to TMSA. Shifting the responsibility from inspector to the vessel operators in terms of accuracy and validity of provided data. Inspectors are aware of negative observations to core questions from the previous inspection. It is expected that the inspectors will verify proper closeout and knowledge of crew on board in regards of previous recorded observations. SIRE 2.0 will be a tablet-based inspection. All inspectors will be equipped with X-proof tablets that will contain the known CVIQ with all operational history data of the vessel, the pre-inspection questionnaire, the photographs, the certificates, the guidance of OSIMF to the inspectors, etc. Tablet will be used also for tracking the progress of the inspection before, during, and after the physical inspection. With SIRE 2.0, we're minimizing the frequency of questions that will have been recorded as not seen or not applicable under the present VIQ7. Now we call it not answered. SIRE 2.0 reinforcing the consideration of human factors during the inspection process by including an evaluation of the performance of vessel staff based on tasks performed or described. It is important to underline that the introduced question library that replaced the VIQ7 contains questions under the following categorizations. Core questions. It is the minimum questions required to meet the fundamental risk assessment criteria as defined by OSIMF bow-tie risk assessment process. Rotational questions, a non-core question assigned to a vessel on an occasional basis. It is expected that all rotational questions that included into the question library should be addressed to the vessel within 6 or 7 inspections. Campaign questions, an existing rotational question assigned to every inspection for a fixed period in response to an incident or industry trend. Where no suitable rotational question exists, a new question will be developed for inclusion in the SIRE 2.0 question library at the next revision. Any of these type of questions can be assigned selectively as a conditional question based on a vessel's type, outfitting, or recent operational history. As presented at the beginning, the greatest challenge expected to be for matters related to human element. The guidance principles for SIMF actions on human factors is the following. People will make mistakes. People's actions are rarely malicious and usually make sense to them at the time. Mistakes are typically due to conditions and systems that make work difficult. Understanding the conditions in which mistakes happen help us prevent or correct them. People know the most about their work and are key to any solution. Planned tools and activities can be designed to reduce mistakes and manage the risk better. Leaders contribute in shaping conditions that influence what people do. It matters how leaders respond when things go wrong and take the opportunity to learn. For all the above principles, we understand that the human element part is the most focusing area of the SIRE 2.0. That's why SIMF identifies the performance influencing factors, PIFs. Performance influencing factors are the characteristics of the job, the individual, and the organization that influence human performance. Optimizing PIFs will reduce the likelihood of all types of human failure. Based on the above, on the occasion that an observation occurs because of the human element, inspectors should choose from a cause analysis tree one of the following or more PIFs, performance influencing factor, as a possible causes of the observation. PIF number 1, recognition of safety criticality of the task or associated steps. Number 2, custom and practice surrounding use of procedures. Number 3, procedures accessible, helpful, understood, and accurate for task. Team dynamics, communications, and coordination with others. Number 5, evidence of stress, workload, fatigue, time constraints. Number 6, factors such as moral, motivation, nervousness. Number 7, workplace, ergonomics, including signals, tools, layout, noise, light, heat, etc. Number 8, human-machine interface. Number 9, opportunity to learn or practice. Finally, number 10, something that is not identified by the inspector, and it's up to us to, through our investigation, to understand this factor that influencing the performance. From all the above, it is understandable that when we are talking about human element, we mean the individual and his environment. Trying to identify the reason of an observation that relates to human element, we can see that the new system emphasizing to the environment of each individual, improving A, the environment of both, B, the tools that we provide to our humans, C, taking care or assisting the psychological effects of humans, D, improving as organization first and as industry in general, those factors that influence the performance of humans, we should be at the correct path of optimizing the PIFs and minimizing the incidents because of human element, having in such way a more safe shipping industry. Thank you very much for your attention. We wish you good luck to challenges ahead.
panel on SIRE 2.0 discussion. In this, day 2, we have a number of presentations. You've seen a set of 3 presentations earlier on before we arrived to this panel on SIRE 2.0. You've seen more or less the key ingredients of this new forthcoming SIRE 2.0 program. The new inspection regime will more accurately report on the quality of a vessel and its crew on an ongoing basis and indicate future likely performance. That's the objective, that's the ambition, using enhanced tools, strengthened performance and governance processes, and more in-depth reporting outcomes following a risk-based approach. We'll have random questions, we will have a tablet, we will have two sort of let's say, approach to the inspection. I would like to say, before we introduce the panelists, in my view, in our view here, it's going to be a tectonic shift, a major change, because this is the first time that our industry is being introduced to the key change. So far, all inspections across the industry are based on a black and white response, yes, no. So now we have a graded response. That's a key element that will change a lot of issues. Here we also have a number of new innovations, random questions, set time for the inspection and so on and so forth. We will have time to discuss. We have to see the preparation of the crew, of the operators, and of course the inspectors. We'll have time to discuss. So in order to have a meaningful discussion, we have assembled a panel of experts. Let me introduce them to you in alphabetical order. We have Captain Mark Bull, who is acting as a consultant. We have Abhijit Ghosh, who is the Marine Manager of Ardmore Shipping Services in Ireland. We have Captain Charis Kanellopoulos, who is Safety, Quality and Vetting Manager with the DPA and DPA of Sun Enterprises, based in Greece. Lennart Ripke, who is the Director of Sales with Green-Jakobsen. And last but not least, David Savage, a familiar face, Director with Ocean File Marine, and with past experience, a lot of past experience with OCIMF. So I would like to welcome you all. I would like to ask you to give us our opening statements before we have a deep dive into the discussion. Mark.
Yes, good morning. I have been a firm believer that the good that SIRE VIQ has done for the industry and raised the standards of tankers in general. So I have read this SIRE 2 with great interest, and I've identified some really nice points for me which come out where they link human error, could be the result of the workplace setup, which I presume includes ergonomics. Work equipment and safety standards are designed, and how leaders can influence the workplace. Those are very important points for me, so I'm very pleased to see them included. We have some nice new abbreviations in there: PIF, knock, up, pick, and I think it will take some time to become familiar with them. So all in all, I'm quite pleased about the shift in emphasis here. My big question, however, is how the inspectors will measure this human performance. Sadly, and I must say this, OCIMF failed miserably in one section, so much so that they have committed a cardinal sin of making errors in principle. They have copied documents from other entities and pasted them into SIRE 2, and they are already out of date. And they're asking questions about modern equipment which are no longer relevant. So that is my overall view of SIRE 2.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Charis, your thoughts? Charis, we cannot hear you.
So good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity, Apostolos, to exchange ideas on SIRE 2. It's a privilege to participate in the SAFETY4SEA. So we all know the commercial value of the onboard physical assessment by energy majors, which is a continuous challenge for us, the operators and me, to prove that we comply with SIRE, which in the end expresses our industry's and energy majors, of course, requirements. So from what we already know from OCIMF guidance and received feedback, SIRE 2 is definitely a game changer with a completely different approach that will focus for the first time on the human element. So it will be a big challenge for all of us to prove that we are really quality operators, and at the end of the day, we will be able to obtain a ticket to trade our fleet. So I look forward to this discussion.
Okay, thank you, Charis. Abhijit?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be in this panel. I'm Abhijit Ghosh, the Marine Manager at Ardmore Shipping in Ireland. We have a fleet of 22 ships, a mix of medium-range product tankers and smaller chemical tankers trading worldwide. We do around 50 to 60 SIRE inspections in a year on our ships, and quite closely monitoring the interesting developments of SIRE 2 program. We have started the management of change process, and in fact, one of the first few companies to have a trial SIRE 2 inspection done on one of our ships in the month of April this year, and following which we have provided our feedback to OCHIM. We have initiated the SIRE 2 familiarization training for our crew, and also there's a seminar planned in the month of November, where this is going to be one of the important discussions. We're also part of the Intertanker Vetting Committee, and we are engaged with OCHIM at this development stage. And yeah, looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Abhijit. Lennart, your thoughts?
Good day, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I'm actually most interested in the outcome and consequences of the focus on the human performance. And what I find quite interesting is to which degree we will see actually a shift in the HR/crewing architecture that we currently operate. So if you are responsible as a master of a vessel for the vetting results, the question is to which degree then you have to participate in recruiting, training. So I think that we might see a bigger shift in responsibilities and abilities back to the vessels. And that's actually, I think, quite a good part if that becomes true as a result. So that it's kind of a little bit of like a rollback to times where training of individual seafarers was responsibility of everybody on board. And hopefully, in my opinion, what we might see is mentoring systems coming up again more, and simply where knowledge and behavioral competencies are handed over from generation to generation. So I'm actually quite excited, but I agree actually on the cardinal sin that Mark has mentioned. So that was also quite a sloppy fault that I saw too. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. David. We cannot hear you.
Yeah, good morning, Apo. Good morning, everybody, and thank you once again, Apo, for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to be able to be in touch with old friends and people we have seen, maybe in my case, several years. But it is great to be a participant, and I'm happy to report that I still retain a keen interest in what is going on, and I share the views so far expressed that what is happening now is the most massive change in our industry that we have known in any inspection regime. Now, SIRE celebrates its 29th birthday, I think on the 17th of November next year. I think it may appear in one of your daily bulletins as unfortunately not a big one, not a 30th, for example, but it was 29 years ago when the first SIRE report was received. The big change in SIRE came about in 1997 when Michael Gray and Lloyd's List wrote an editorial which had a title, "The Uniform Inspector Arise." Now, it was a very, very profound statement to make that statement in 1997, but actually this is what SIRE 2 is doing. every inspector has to behave in a uniform way, and the human element that's involved in that, I think, is a huge challenge, which may or may not succeed.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Now, I would like to start our discussion. I would like to have your thoughts on where do you see the major challenges or maybe the major consequences would be of the implementation of this new inspection regime. Mark, your thoughts. I would like to ask you, we'll have time to discuss and go into more detail. Just give us an outline. I understand it's very challenging to try to fit in a long reply within a 90-second window. Mark, we cannot hear you. Mark, we cannot hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, one of the first challenges I see is the inspector having sufficient time to complete the inspection. Just looking at the photographs alone, comparing what he sees with what has been uploaded is going to take a significant amount of time. Significant amount. And then we have the issue where, because of the human element, there are going to be more interviews with officers and ratings. Where does that time come from? It means squeezing out some other part of the what we know from now as the inspection. So that is what I see. And coupled with my comment before, if the system's questions are wrong, how can the people on board the ship comply?
Okay.
You cannot answer an incorrect question properly.
Okay. Charis.
Well, the greatest challenge with the SIRE too. First of all, there will be many apostolos. It's something that we haven't experienced in the past. To me, having experience from chemical tankers, it really reminds me the way that the CDI was doing inspections. So I will agree with Mark. It will be the crew that will have to be tested and respond properly and prove that they are actually familiar with the company's process, with the machinery, with the equipment. And certainly another challenge is that we here in the office and the crew, we will have to prepare ourselves in advance by uploading all these required documents, photographs, especially the photographs and the hull photos. This is a challenge, that we should not bypass how easy it is for us to obtain these photos on these requested intervals. And all the other things that you mentioned earlier, the risk-based approach on the questions, the core, the rotational, the conditional, that there will be notional time for the inspector. I mean, it is quite probable that a crew might be stressed and might not respond on this notional time. So this doesn't mean that the crew is not aware. So this is something that it's a little bit blurred.
Okay. I would just like to state, just like I'm not playing, let's say, the devil's advocate. In the previous regime, it was approximately 300 questions. Now the new regime, that's more or less the concept. We're talking about 100 questions. So talking about where this time will be, allocated or reallocated, there's an understanding, let's say, from the OKIMF side, that you will have less questions to focus. So that's the idea, because you both pointed out, Mark and Charis, you pointed out the issue of where this time will come from. I'm just saying that's the concept behind it. Okay, Abhijit, your thoughts?
Thanks, Apo. Yeah, so basically, I think one of the biggest challenges, it's going to be the interaction between the inspector and the crew on board, because with this integration of the human element in SIRE 2, and we have seen in the trial inspection which we had a few months back, that the inspector is going to spend quite a lot of time interviewing the officers as well as the ratings, which is happening for the first time. In fact, with the officers, to a certain extent, it was there before, but ratings, this is going to be the first time. So I think a lot will depend on the inspector, the kind of engagement skills that he has. He will have to make sure that the crew is comfortable talking to him, because that's an area of concern for us, because to be honest, the crew, they are pretty nervous, facing the vetting inspectors on board. And here we are coming up with inspection where inspector is going to spend, probably with 4 or 5 or more number of ratings, and not just talking to them, but also asking them to perform certain tasks. So I think that's going to be one of the biggest challenge. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Lennart, your thoughts?
I completely agree with the source from Captain Ghosh. What we see is essentially 2 main challenges in the implementation phase. One is obviously training the inspectors and having fair assessment on the human element, and having the technical abilities to use the tablet, which, as we know, has an adaptive element correctly, where we actually saw in many trial inspections quite some problems. The other part is obviously training your crew and specifically your ratings, which are definitely not used to being interviewed and being scrutinized that much. I think that those 2 are the biggest challenges. And then, of course, you have this concept of the accompanying officer, which I guess will also require further training to have somebody who can actually not only assist by just being there, but essentially assisting by kind of leading in a kind of interview situation where the accompanying officer is not the interviewer themselves. So, yeah. These are the biggest challenges for the implementation phase.
Okay. David?
Yes, I agree with what's just been said. The most massive challenge, I think, is to have an atmosphere on board which does not make any of the ship's crew, whether they are officers or ratings, feel threatened or intimidated or stressed by the interview process which is being conducted. And it's very easy to say that these inspectors are all been trained and been coached in the successful interviewing techniques of modern understandings, which is all very well. But I think that there are shortcomings there. I don't know of any officer, masters downwards, who is not stressed by an inspection, because the outcomes are so serious, and the ability to have the ship trade, as you all know, is much dependent on what the inspector is going to be writing. Now, I'm told that these 5-day or thereabouts inspector training courses go in depth over over getting these messages across to these inspectors. But bear in mind that with the latest delay in the rollout, now we're looking at the 1st of June of next year, it will be almost, or maybe even more than 2 years since some of those inspectors have been through a training course. Now, those of you who are on the receiving end of it may think that you are already seeing inspectors using the techniques that they've been taught about interviewing. May be the case, but if it isn't, then I think people who are coming to the table with SIRE 2 and using for the first time what they've been told is going to be difficult. I think inspectors are not really super trained in this sphere whatsoever, but it's so critical that it's correct. I worry about that.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go into a little bit more detail. I would like to ask you specifically, where would you see, let's say, the biggest challenge from the operator side? Mark.
Good question, and I don't honestly know how to answer that one. From the operator, it will be choosing the right time for the inspection, the right port, etc. so there's no crew change that's just happened and so on. It's a difficult puzzle to complete, really. And also we've had these very strict intrinsically safe equipment regulations in place for so long, and matching them with ports and terminals. And now all of a sudden we're starting carrying equipment outside that, although maybe stamped, is everybody aware that this equipment is safe, etc. So I foresee problems there. And again, how can the operator prepare his crew for this new inspection?
Yeah. Charis.
Well, the biggest challenge for the operators is, again, this is something that, as I said in the beginning, it's a game changer for us. We will have to prepare ourselves, first of all, our safety management system. We will have to do a gap analysis, since there is a focus also in the process. And from what we have already seen, we will have to proceed with a lot of changes. Another challenge is that we will have to prepare our crew. I mean, we haven't used to this kind of inspection and this human approach. So it is our responsibility to ensure that there is a more effective familiarization, both prior joining and upon joining a vessel. And also from our side, and this is why we are here, it's to assist and serve our vessels and assist our crew. So in this respect, I believe that eventually we will all have to send additional force superintendents to verify that our crew is indeed familiar and conduct training where required.
Okay. Abhijit, your thoughts?
Thanks, Apo. Yeah, I completely agree with Charis here. It is going to be a big shift of the process, from going from the existing SIRE to the SIRE 2. One of the things which I would like to state specifically is the observations, the kind of observations they are going to come up under SIRE 2. Every observation, negative observation, will be drilled down into three categories: into the hardware, into the process, and into the human element. So we can eventually land up with three observations coming from one negative comment, and then the operator will have to prepare the responses, which is the root cause, corrective action, and the preventive measure for each of these categories, and which is under the same one negative observation. So I think that part will see a major change, and shift, and the training and which is going to be required from the operator side to prepare that kind of a robust response and to address that issue or the negative observation, going forward. So that's going to be, I think, one of the challenges among many, which we are going to likely to face. Yeah.
Let me say that we expect the number of observations to be in the range of 3 to 5 times the observation we have now, and correct me if I'm wrong. So if we do the math, it will take maybe 3 to 5 times more in order to reply to this observation, without accounting for the time that correctly Charis pointed out each operator has to devote with uploading documents and photos on a let's say on a 6-month basis. That's okay, but let's say on a continuous basis from their ships. So that's adding to the workload, because Charis, maybe on purpose, forgot to point out the issue of the workload that Abhijit correctly, stated. Lennart, your thoughts?
So actually, thanks for the point. You said that we're expecting 3 to 5 times the number of observations, but I actually want to point out what Captain Ghosh has already mentioned, is that due to the drill down into the hardware And essentially that was what we are used to until VIQ 7. Is okay, you had a faulty, let's say, pilot letter. Manila rope was gone, well, worn out. What you did is you simply exchanged it, and your corrective action was done. You just send the proof that you have changed it. You're good to go. But now we have the drill down, so you have the process. That means somebody has to review your process in your plant maintenance system. Are the control cycles, are they tight enough? And then you have the human element. So I do not think that we will have, as an operator, you will not have 3 to 5 times as much work to respond to that. I think it will be tremendously more because of the drill down, because you have to address the human element, possibly by training, which then obviously takes tremendously more time than just ordering a new pilot letter, to adjust processes and obviously still to fix the hardware. So, and I think that is. I think that was actually also what Captain Ghosh wanted to point out, that this will definitely be in tremendous trouble for the operator, next to obviously familiarizing the crew with an entirely new scheme and preparing the crew for not very prepared betting inspectors, what we currently see. So, which is a challenge in its own.
Thank you, Lennart, for pointing out, because as you correctly identified, it's easy to, let's say, rectify issues around hardware and maybe procedures. You do it once, twice, but other than that, it only, left, the only remaining issue is the human element. And as you correctly pointed out, as we drill down, correctly also pointed out, it will be much more challenging. Absolutely agree on that. Then, from the operator side, the key challenge. What do you see?
Is it my turn, Apo?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you concentrated on the workload involving with the responses to probably a large number of negative observations, which have the 3 components you mentioned. The workload also will be really significant with the amount of pre-inspection work that has to be done, both by the compilation of the PIQ, by the collection of any updated photographs, certificates, PSCs, incident reports that have to be done by the operator or somebody on the operator side, whether it's from the ship, heaven forbid, but from somebody to be able to feed into the SIRE 2 site in order to be able for the approval request to be made, and then for the inspector to be appointed and have the information downloaded to his machine, go ahead and conduct the inspection. Huge amount of work involved even before an inspection is commenced. So that adds to the thing, and dealing, as you say, with the number of observations that will come into play. It remains to be seen, and also questions which many questions to OCIMF which have so far as the operator is concerned, been either ignored or unanswered. Still remain to be seen how efficiencies can be applied to ease this as much as possible.
Absolutely. Now, my next one is about the key challenge, let's say the biggest challenge from the crew side. You all pointed out the stress factor, absolutely agree. There's no inspection without any sort of stress for the crew. Where do you see the biggest challenges or challenge for the crew? Mark, your thoughts? Mark?
Okay, yeah. I think there's an awful lot going to rest on the master's shoulders here again, and somehow training his people up for possible questions that come along and how to react to the inspector. That's going to be difficult, absorbing more of his time again. And for what end? To what end of all this? Seriously, have we had so many incidents with a human element that we need to dig down so deeply? Are we looking in the right place? have we been looking in the right place for the problems? I'll just leave that open.
Okay. All right. Charis?
Okay, Apostolos, you said about the challenges of the crew. I would say better the challenges of the company, because it's us that we select the crew, we send them on board, we evaluate them, we train them, and we have to support them at the end of the day. So, as I said earlier, yes, this will be something that it will be stressful for the crew. This focus on the human element and this humanized targeted questions. Are you aware of that? Are you familiar with that? I've just counted how many times the word familiar appears in the new SIRE 2, and it's almost 280 times. And in order to to accept that someone is familiar, he will have to be able to at least demonstrate and to satisfy the inspector. But again, I would like to stress that it's the operators that they should not, pass the burden of SIRE 2 to the crew. They should do whatever they can to support the crew. They should send superintendents on board, cover the training gap, and do a coaching, pre-coaching, pre-vetting on the SIRE 2. So we still have a lot of way ahead. We will adopt it eventually, but I think that at the end this will be very positive for all of us.
Okay, may I ask Charis just a quick one? What are your thoughts towards trial inspections? Are you planning for any trial inspections?
Certainly. From what we already know is that on February 15, it will be an open trial to all. So we will take the opportunity to prepare our crew. This will be something really good for us, but it will be only 4 months till 15th of June. So personally, I'm managing a fleet of 16 tankers. I will not be able to do a trial on each vessel. We have already started doing ourselves self-assessments based on SIRE 2. We have already started preparing our crews for what is coming. And some of them, they said that maybe it's time to go to the bulk carrier side.
We had this one in the past. It does not work for a number of reasons. Abhijit, your thoughts, key challenge for the crew, and then I will give you some additional time to address the issue of the trial inspections as well.
Yeah, I agree with Charis. The challenges, the crew will have quite a lot of challenges, but it will be up to the operators, how to mitigate those challenges and, to minimize them in terms of the crew training, which we are going to provide, the pre-vetting inspections. Basically, as OCHIM very clearly they have said, this is a major transformation, and it's a change of mindset of the crew, change of behavior of the crew. So this is not going to happen overnight. It is going to take some time before actually the crew get adjusted to this new SIRE 2. So it is a big shift, and the time will tell us, whether what we are going to achieve. Obviously, the purpose of the SIRE 2 is to have zero accidents and zero harm to people, zero harm to environment, and so that's the direction we are moving in. But it's as I said, it's not something which is going to happen overnight. The crew part, obviously the training part which we are providing, we have started that. We had this the trial inspection some time back. So taking from there, we have learned lessons, and also feedback which we got from the master is something which we are going to which is going to help us, to train the crew on the other ships.
Okay, thank you very much. Lennart?
I think that one of the challenges will be that you actually will be forced to give more responsibilities to the crew, because in the end of the day, the master is still responsible for the vetting result of the vessel. Also, the crew is on board every day, so and you usually in the office as an operator. Well, hopefully you have a very good picture of what's going on your vessel, but your picture will never be as good as a picture that the crew on board has. So I think that one of the challenges really is that you have to involve the crew more, that you have to participate as senior officers in decisions like who am I getting on board, which are the ratings that I'm getting on board my vessels. If I'm recruiting new crew, with the technology that we have today, it is possible to involve them and essentially create a much tighter onboarding process where you essentially from the start of where you recruit somebody, take this person kind of onto a journey with the senior officers. And I think that is quite a challenge as this requires quite a change of mindset, so that essentially nobody remote controls the vessel and you have the crew over there, but it's kind of, you have to, with the technology that we have, bring the crew to a certain degree into the office, and obviously the senior officers have to have a much better understanding of what the operator side actually looks like, not only the onboard side.
Okay, thank you, Lennart. David?
Yes, thank you. For a long time, the crews have learned to know the inspector. Ockham would always have preferred that inspectors came on board the same way as PSC inspectors whose names are not known to the people on board. In the case of SIRE, as much as they didn't like the idea that the name of the inspector was always revealed sometime before the inspection took place. So the crew have known the inspector, and from my own experience, many operators have very detailed information about every inspector, about what he does, what he likes, even down to the most mundane of peculiarities of the inspector who wants to have a certain type of bread with his cup of tea, whatever it is. But these are the kind of things. Now, with the new system, because we have only the core questions which are going to be repeated, and then the others are going to be on some rotational basis, it's going to be much harder. Now that is going to mean either that you have to embrace the 1100 questions, whatever they are, a huge difficult job, and to have anybody in a state of preparedness for all of those cannot really be done. I'm reminded, Harish, when you mentioned about your previous company there was a lady who worked with you when I met her, and she came out with an amazing idea to make the crew actually motivated and actually treat SIRE like a fun game, if you could dare to say such a thing, a fun game. And that involved where she created something called SIREopoly. Not Monopoly, she invented this game called SIREopoly. And at recreation times then they would have this game where a dice was thrown and you'd move along around a board, and at a certain point you'd get a VIQ question. And I believe that the officers and ratings really quite loved this idea, because it tried to make SIRE into something of a game. Now, if you master that technique, then you're a better person than I suppose. But as something to do, the preparedness. But on the question of the rotational questions, either OCIMF have a very, very nice algorithm whether it's going to be a 3 or 4 or 5 inspection period, where every 5th inspection you go back to the same questions you had 5 inspections ago. maybe not. If they are smart enough, then they will mix them around, so they are going to be random on each inspection. But if it's not, then there will be really not all that length of time before you're seeing a rotational system popping up with the same questions together with the core questions. And then you've got that sector as well. The campaign, you can't handle that unless it's, you know them, whatever the campaign might be of the 3 or 4 month period, whenever it's conducted. But that's what I would say for the crews to have as much confidence as they possibly can.
Thank you. But I have to assure you, David, even 100 questions is a finite number, meaning this is not an unlimited number of questions. And I can assure you there are many who have the patience to go and prepare themselves through all these questions. I can assure you, and I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, well that's wonderful of them to do it. And if they can grasp it, of course, if that happens, then the inspector comes on board and everybody's feeling confident. You know, but that impression comes across very, very quickly. And there you have the management all the way from the operator who believes in what they are doing to the masters and the crew who reflect that confidence. And the inspector can see that, of course.
Yeah. So my, let's say, next one is about the key challenges from the inspector and the OCIMF side. What are your thoughts toward, that end of the inspection? Mark, you have to unmute it. Yeah.
Once again, it is the time pressure the inspector is faced with. He's going to have to take time before he actually gets to the ship to prepare himself. He's going to have to include that time in his invoice for the work done. Yeah, so maybe that will reflect. Maybe operators will see an increase in the cost of a vetting inspection. And then he's being confronted with certain things that maybe he's done some training on his own account, and he's got an issue with the questions again. How is he going to say that one? So also he's going to be confronted with people who are going to be irritated and tired. Excuse me, but I've got a certificate of competence. Who are you to try and tell me that I'm not competent? Perhaps you should be going to audit the flag state. Yeah, and so we go on. Yeah, he's going to have to be very, very careful here.
Okay. Charis, your thoughts?
Okay. First of all, SIRE 2 will be certainly more difficult for the inspectors because they will have to carefully review all the uploaded data prior going on board. If they miss something, OCIMF might, or the energy major might knock their door, and eventually they might also lose their accreditation if they have a serious miss. So first, certainly they will pay extreme attention on the uploaded data, all the photos. Second thing is that they will have to ensure that this notional time is assigned to each question. Since we have 100 questions, they will have, at least say 5 minutes, and not just quickly pass a question for 30 seconds and then jump to the next one. This will be also verified by OCIMF, and certainly to follow the context of the table editor, the steps that they have to do, all these things, GPS location, all these things will be benchmarked with the other inspectors in the area. They will not be able, say, to delete observations. They will be under full control, I'm saying. And then, last but not least, they will have to make a fair judgment based certainly on their professional experience about the competence of the officers. Because again, we said earlier, stress might be there. It's our job to send it away, but they will have to be very fair with the crew. And at the end of the day, all fingers are not the same. Some might be have a nitpicking approach. We know that already, from our experience. So there are also many challenges for the inspectors, and they will be, I believe, under more strict control by OSHA.
Yeah. Abhijit, your thoughts?
Yeah, basically, yeah, I just continue same where Charis was coming from. Basically, now that the SIRE, the inspection is moving from paper-based inspection to real-time inspection on board. This itself is going to be quite a challenging, task for the inspectors. In a way that whatever they are putting, especially if they're putting down any negative observation at any point of time during the course of the inspection, they will not be able to delete that at the closing meetings. They will only be able to edit that observation at the closing meeting. So they will have to be very careful before putting down comments into this tab, real time. And so that's, as Charis said, they will have to be very, very careful while evaluating the crew or the machinery or the ship condition, before putting down any comment. So that will be one of the biggest challenges, I think, for the inspectors going forward. Yeah.
As you correctly pointed out, they have to be extremely careful because they have to, at this point, with this new regime, they have to make statements around human performance. It's easy to write something about the machinery that is not working, but it's more challenging to describe how a person, let's say, may be less or more competent about it. Fully agree. Lennart, your thoughts?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think it's the two components that are making this whole thing so difficult. Is one, obviously, human behavior and human performance is much more difficult to measure than an engine that's broken or it's not, the oil level is correct or is not. Obviously, that is the first difficulty, where we obviously need a very balanced approach to have a fair assessment and hopefully a progressive transition from the VIQ 7 scheme that we know now to this 2.0 scheme. But then also what Captain Ghosh pointed out again, everything is live. So I think that is exactly the same thing there, where you have to be careful again, that in the moment you log something, it is in there and it's not, you can't delete it, you can't get rid of it. You can, to a certain degree, modify it. But nevertheless, I think it is very important that inspectors are very patient, even though they're under this enormous time pressure that has been pointed out several times by Captain Bull. And that is, I think that is really the challenge here, that this needs to be progressive from the current state to where we want to go in the future. And at the same time, it needs to be a very fair and very balanced approach. So I think that it actually requires a lot of human behavior, so to speak, from the inspector.
Okay. David.
Yes. The OCINF, and maybe I would like to include the oil companies' challenges together here. For OCINF, most definitely it is the stability of SIRE 2 and the enormous complexity of what they have attempted to do. And that difficulty, of course, has been demonstrated by the number of postponements of the launch of the program. We are facing now SIRE 2, and the small amount of feedback I get these days is that it's getting there, and hopefully that the 1st of June will bring the equipment into play. It is hugely, for a nerdy people, the ability to work this information, the language they use, calling it granular information, where you get so many shades of yes and no with every single question, does allow a huge amount of detailed analysis to identify your points of concern, hot spots, weak points, and shortcomings. That's the first thing. But for the oil companies, it would worry me, since auto vetting is used so widely these days, where the machine makes the decision, looking at these highly detailed reports as to whether or not there will be red line situations where a ship is automatically rejected or have a referral. It needs a human being to look at what the inspector has to say, as being a really significant problem. Because if this arrangement is so critical that oil companies find themselves being unable to accept a ship, if sufficient of those negative observations and sufficient reports are coming along, they may have problems of their own in finding a ship which is going to be suitable for them. And I should bear in mind, remember in the case of the Prestige and the Prestige and the court case which went along with that over the next 10 years in Paris, when IMT Exxon were fighting for their existence as a consequence, and looking at reports where if you were seen to accept a ship on the basis of a report that had some negative content in it, then there were going to be serious difficulties for you. That is the point I would bear in mind. I'd take into account from the OCIMF side.
Okay. I would like to thank you all very much. What we have described, I think, is the perfect storm. We have more pressure and more stress for all the three, let's say, key components of the inspection. We have more stress for the inspector, have more stress for the crew, and we have more stress. It's much more challenging for the operators. So it's more or less something like a perfect storm. So my last question I would like to ask you, talking about transition, shifting from, maybe transiting from SIRE 1 to SIRE 2, it's going to be a transition. So how would you, let's say, make it easier? I would like to ask you if you could change one thing. That's a quick answer from your angle, from your perspective. If you could change one thing that would have either an immediate or a profound impact to make the transition smoother. That's the key here. We're talking about a transition. How would this transition be smoother? Just give me your quick thoughts to wrap up the panel. Mark.
Right, the section on navigation needs to be rewritten with information that's available today and corrected the horrible errors. They need to take into account the Bridge Procedures Guide version 6, which has been in force for at least 12 months. And also view the responses that are coming in once these inspections start on the human element, and have somebody from outside commenting on those.
Okay, thank you. Charis, your thoughts?
So, yes, we have to start preparing ourselves yesterday. Yes.
You need more time to put in a sense.
Yes, sir. So, yes, the transition, I'm not sure if it's going to be smooth, but ourselves, we have already started preparing with the gap analysis of the system, with crew training, familiarization during the open forums that we host here in the office, the self-assessments that we use, which is literally the SIRE 2 questionnaire, which is submitted on a monthly basis by our masters. We are implementing a robust attending plan on board our fleet. And although we all might agree that this new process is very challenging, in my opinion, it is for our benefit. And it will certainly take some time to adopt, but if we wish to continue obtaining the tickets to trade our fleet, we will have to focus on quality and embrace OCIMF guidance in order to further improve ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Charis. Abhijit, your thoughts? What would you like for a smoother transition?
Yeah, the smoother transition. I think the training part of the crew is one of the important things which Charis already mentioned. One thing I think which I would like to mention is that we should be able to convince the crew, the positive side of this transition. There are things like the positive observations which is going to come in the SIRE 2. It's as you said, initially, that it's not a binary yes and no answer, which is with the inspector is going to put, but with yes, he is at times likely to put the crew exceeded expectations, which is going to come up in the final report as a positive observation, which is definitely going to be a good motivation for the crew, So we have to convince the crew and direct them on the right direction, saying about the positives about the SIRE 2, and obviously that once the crew is comfortable with this new system, then things are going to be easy for us in a big way. Of course, apart from that, the training, the trial inspections, the circulation of the updates which we are getting from OCHIM. So all these we are already in the process of doing those things. Yeah.
Thank you, Lennart.
I think it would be good if we would have a more gradual implementation of the human element survey. So essentially speaking top to bottom. Then obviously when you have this done with senior officers, have a review, look what you've learned, what needs to be adjusted, and simply ease the stress on the lower ranks that are absolutely not used to bear that much responsibility as a master or a chief mate or chief engineer. I think that would be quite helpful for everyone.
Thank you, Lennart. A lot of common sense over there on your comments. David, your thoughts, a smoother transition, any idea?
Yes, if only. Well, I guess that SIRE VIQ7 will continue for some time. Who knows what sort of transition it will be, but at least it will give a chance for the introduction to be made, and it should be smooth. Now, just to go back on what we've all agreed, I think, was the incredible software which has been introduced here has got amazing opportunities to really look at the shortcomings of anything on board, but really it's meant for a robot and not for a human being. So I think that the ability or the insistence on OCHIM to absolutely insist on the inspector behaviour to be of the highest integrity, where they are treating people with care and compassion, recognising what the stresses that are going on, regardless of this idea is not to fail ships, is going to be there and to put people at their ease. What I would ask for OCHIM to do immediately would be to start releasing information that will be of use to an operator, because so far, other than the web API to book an inspection, as far as I know, and others may know differently, but as far as I know, there has been nothing. Now, Intertanko will meet with OCHIM and have done many times, or appeal to OCHIM to let this information be released, because it is of huge critical importance to any operator that they are able to analyse the report with the same degree of fineness that anybody else's. And to deprive an operator of doing that really is self-defeating, and I think it's not what OCHIM would want. So we would ask for all the information needed to be released to operators so they can build automation in their system to make the collection of the pre-inspection, all that information that needs to be put in some kind of a hub, to be able to submit it without a huge amount of pressure from either the ship or the office ashore.
Okay, thank you, David. Thank you all. I would like to thank you all very much. I would like to thank our viewers. Stay tuned. We have a number of spotlight presentations before our next panel in an hour on crew welfare. Thank you all very much.
Our pleasure.
Thank you for the constructive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much. for tuning in for this presentation. Within the course of the next 12 minutes, we will try to analyze a number of myths surrounding posture control performance, and we're going to provide the supporting data and the evidence to highlight why these are myths and not reality. And we will close with a set of best practices for a number of challenges that exist on an operational level. Now, what we will be presenting here, you see the myths that we're going to be addressing. Ships that are being detained are problematic. I have all the data in hand. I know what sort of deficiencies are being documented. I'm not responsible for the previous manager. My fleet has no detentions, therefore I have no need to worry. I use a generic posture control checklist. There's a lot of corruption around PSC. I know where the PACOs are focusing on each port. My ship will not be inspected because the inspection window is not open. And last but not least, we know what is going on in an area because we have the annual report of XYZ MOU, and we know how things are, operating. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, SAFETY4SEA is a software as a service platform illuminating posture control performance to actually having and providing for three objectives. First is to prepare and assess inspections for the next port of call, benchmark against competition, and the most integrated objective is to automate functions and alert in order to eliminate detention and, of course, minimize OPEX. Now, let's proceed with the myths. The first one is that ships that are being detained are problematic. So we have to realize what is a problematic ship. It's difficult to find any sort of definition or agreement between several stakeholders across the industry. Now, let's assume for the sake of let's say, having an argument, 10%, let's say it's problematic. These are 5,000 ships. Is it, let's say, it is 10%? Maybe, but only approximately 15 to 2,000 ships are detained per annum, where the detention average, the detention ratio average is in the range of 2% for all the inspections carried out on an annual basis, and we're talking about less than 100,000 inspections per annum. Now, we know that 86% of the ships that are being detained had no other detention in the last 36 months. That's hard data. And we know that ships are being detained with one deficiency per detention. We've seen that happening. Here you see the breakdown of the detentions of the last 36 months. 8 detentions for one ship. Is the ship problematic? Maybe. 3 ships with 6 detentions, 3 ships with 5 detentions, 13 ships with 4 detentions, 79 ships with 3 detentions, 413 ships with 2 detentions. That's the subtotal of 512 ships. That's less than 14%. And we have 3,608 ships with 1 detention. So that's 86% of the ships with no other detention over the course of the last 36 months. So that's the 86%. Now, the total number of ships, this is less than 5% of the global fleet. So these are real facts. And you see the breakdown here of the deficiencies per detention. You see that 345 ships are being detained with 1 deficiency. That's over here. And you see that if we sum up from 1 to 5 deficiencies, this is approximately less than 40%. With 5 or less deficiencies, that's 1,607 ships. So numbers are huge, and you have to bear this in mind because the theory that ships that are being detained are problematic is not correct in any way. Now, there's another myth that I have all the data available from my fleet, past experience to prepare my ship. Now, let's see what this means. If you use a class or a flag, the class has the data for the classed ships. These are generics. The flag has the data for the flagged ships, and so on and so forth. Now, the leading class or the leading flag has less than 10% of the classed fleet overall. So that gives you, I think, a rough figure of where we stand around how generic these data are. And again, if you go to specific classification societies, I mean the leading classification societies, do not necessarily, they have a certain, let's say, fleet profile, and do not necessarily have a homogeneous, let's say, mix of certain fleet segments. Now, let's go to MOU annual reports. These are generic, no deficiency codes. This analysis, we'll see that as we move forward with the presentation. We see the analysis with life-saving appliances, safety of navigation, and so on. So this is extremely generic. And of course, the manager-owned data concerns only the managed fleet, and even the largest ship managers have less than 1% of the global fleet. That gives you a rough figure of where we stand when we're talking about data. I know what sort of deficiency has been documented. Absolutely not. There's no need to have an idea on the categories, safety of navigation, LSA, MLC, etc., because we have 574 deficiency codes, and approximately 100, 200 of these are not documented in all MOUs. So there's a huge spread for all these deficiencies, and we're going to see an idea of the spread. Even in the same port, there are other deficiency codes observed between bulkers, for example, and tankers. Now, you see a real-life analysis here. Deficiency code spread is the number of the deficiency codes required to reach a certain percentage of the overall findings. DCS 20 means how many codes you need in order to arrive, let's say, to 20% of the findings. You need 12 codes in the Paris MOU, 11 deficiency codes in Paris MOU for bulkers and tankers, and so on and so forth. In order to have 50%, only half of the findings, you need 50 approximately codes for the bulkers in Paris MOU, and 49 for the tankers in Paris MOU, 25 for the bulkers in US Coast Guard, and 18 for the tankers, again in US Coast Guard. And the rough figure of ports in Singapore, you need 31 and 27 codes for bulker and tanker respectively. And of course, for Volos, that's a small port with 55 inspections in the last 36 months. You need 11 codes. 11 is not a small figure indicating, and it's only 50%. Now, if you want to find, let's say, the 80%, that gives you 130 approximately codes in the Paris MOU, either for bulker and tanker, approximately between 61 to 74 in the US Coast Guard for bulker and tanker. And if you go to Singapore, only one port, one country, one port, and you see the number of the inspections here. Imagine we're talking about more than 5,000 inspections in US Coast Guard, talking about approximately 300 inspections in each of the segments in Singapore. You need 81 and 76 codes. So that's a huge spread. And just by insisting that, I know what sort of deficiency is being documented, that's absolutely beyond, let's say, reality. Now, I'm not responsible for the post-control performance of the ship under the previous manager. Let's assume for the moment, in theory, that you are correct. However, you check a ship post-control record prior purchase. You know that all MOUs and PSC regimes check the PSC performance based on the IMO number, regardless of the manager. And we've seen that PSCs are very skeptical on the change of name and, of course, the change of manager, because this is a substandard practice realized in order to avoid an inspection. So targeting has been and may be applied in real life. So even though in theory you are not responsible, in practice you are responsible because the ship is going to be targeted. So no detentions, no problem. My fleet has no detentions, no need to worry. Absolutely not. 86% of the detained ships had no other detentions in the last 36 months. We've seen that earlier on. 10% of the ships are being detained with one deficiency per detention. 40% of the detentions are with 5 or less deficiencies, and not all ports are the same for each ship, meaning other ports may be more challenging, and so on and so forth. Here, you see a picture of the same ship manager. You see the performance in Paris MOU, beating the average, let's say, 5%. And this is the same manager in Tokyo MOU, actually losing the average by 85%. absolutely, no correlation. And talking about the same manager, you see the number of the inspections, 60 inspections here, 144 inspections here. Class and flag postal control checklists are enough. If I prepare my ship with a generic checklist by class of flag, that would be all right. Absolutely not. Why? Because class and flag have data only for class and flag ships. Again, as stated earlier on, this is less than 10% of the global fleet. In each of the occasion, even in the best case scenarios, data are generic, not seaport type specific, with no identification of transport port, and checklists are static and generic without stating any more, let's say, additional comments. Now, we've seen people stating, PSC is corrupted, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. Absolutely not. There's no corruption incidents in US Coast Guard, Paris, or Tokyo MOU in general. If you see any sort of complaints for specific port and specific people, this should be considered an exception. Again, there are specific areas being targeted in Africa and in Black Sea MOU and some specific Asian ports. Yes, we've seen that happening. However, this is a very small fraction of the overall fleet of the overall inspection percentage. And again, one strong argument is that the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network in their report for a 10-year period included 48,000 incidents, including trading, including ports and terminals, including any sort of operational incident. In the same period, with 1.5 million postal control inspections, that's not the number here. So it depends on the trading area and the manager's reaction, and so on and so forth. So we've seen people claiming that postal control officers are focusing on the same areas. Absolutely, absolutely not the case. Postal control records indicate different focus on different fleet segments. You see some examples. Other deficiency code on each port. The number of PSCOs are depending on port and again on MOU and systems available. So there's a lot of parameters in play here. Let's see the example of Singapore, top 5 deficiency codes, last 36 months, bulkers, tankers, containers. You see a total different picture again, where they, let's say, what we have as deficiency codes for the bulkers, for the tankers, and the containers. It's up to you to sum up your findings. It's totally inaccurate to paint a picture with some missing points because you don't have the data. We understand that the data were not available until now, but claiming hypotheses based on or no data, on insufficient or maybe inconsistent data, that would be a mistake. Now, my ship will not be inspected if the inspection window is not open. That may be valid up to, let's say, approximately 95% of the cases. In general, worldwide, that's okay. However, exemptions apply. For example, if we have an incident, if we have an accident, if we have a complaint, if we have a whistleblower, the ship will be inspected in port. And of course, in certain ports, you see an example here. You see in port headland for the Cape size only, inspection versus hull 46%, in Novorossiysk 61%, for general cargo, in Houston, Texas 27%, in Singapore for large containers 24%. You see the inspections conducted outside the inspection window, in port headland for the Capes 20%, general cargo in the Novorossiysk 24%, LPG in Texas 76%. It doesn't matter if your ship has been inspected in the past. It doesn't matter. This safety priority boarding matrix of US Coast Guard does not apply for the LNG calling in Houston, Texas. That's reality. And again, in Singapore, it's 10%. Inspections conducted outside the inspection window. These are real-life data we have available in the platform. Just food for thought. And the last myth, we have the PSC annual reports, the MOU annual reports that are providing enough information. That's not the case because the objective of the MOU is to provide progress, not assist the ship managers. Findings are presented as being generic with no insights, no names, no deficiency codes, no problematic codes, no problematic ships or best performing ships and managers, and fleet segments are not highlighted in these reports. You see, for example, the breakdown of the official deficiency categories. You see, for example, certificate documentation with 100 codes, structural conditions, 39 codes, water and weather-tight conditions, 15 codes, emergency systems, 20 codes, radio communication, 18 codes, and so on and so forth, 76 codes for the pollution prevention. People have the understanding that, let's say, we are targeting, for example, in this area, fire safety. That's okay. These are 26 codes. Which of these codes are going to be applicable for you? If anyone feels that knowing that, someone will going to be targeting fire safety, that's okay. But that's not the case. That's not the case in real life. Now, here you see a different approach. If we have, and we do have this available in the platform, operational groups, developed around construction, procedures, and human factors. This is a totally different picture when you can see which of these will be repetitive, which of these can be, let's say, fixed, and so on and so forth. That's another way to approach a common problem. Now, in order to sum up the presentation, we see that, the post-control preparation is inadequate for 3 key reasons from the ship manager's side. Many of the ship managers, if not all the ship managers, are using one generic checklist for all ports. The key word here is all ports. Now, if you say to the ship, have a checklist, let's say 30, 40 pages, because this is prepared by a flag or by a class and so on, or by my friends and my own personal opinion, and ask the ship to do it in all ports, that leads to preparation fatigue and compliance bias. Ships are going to report back, yes, we've done it, without even touching this one. And if you insist on doing that in all ports, that's a key issue, because this cannot be applied on a continuous basis. You need to be able to identify challenging calls, and then you need to identify in which specific areas the ship is going to be targeted, and then you need to, let's say, expect the ship to respond. Now, the preparation is based on all intelligence plus fresh insight. Now, this is a key issue because there's no real-time data, and there is no real-time insight of where we should focus in that specific port and in that specific segment. And of course, the third challenge is the limiting belief by many, or the majority, let's say, of the ship managers, that only problematic ships will be detained, indicating in their own minds that my ship is not problematic, so that my ship, if it's not problematic, it will not be detained. We have demonstrated in this presentation 86% of the ships that are being detained, they have no other detention over the course of the last 36 months. So ships that are being detained are not problematic, are not targeted, are not having any sort of key or major problem. If you see detentions with one item, 1, 2, or 3 deficiencies, these are not problematic ships. These are just ships that have not been properly prepared. So that's a key issue, and that's, let's say, food for thought, summing up this presentation. So we would like to thank you all very much for tuning in. We would like to thank you for your attention, and looking forward to seeing you in one of our future, let's say, presentations. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Today, I would like to talk about the importance of the industry shift from training compliance to performance. My name is Jannis Schack, and I'm working as an account manager in the Maritime team at Mintra. I have been involved with maritime training and HR management since 2014, but went on my first sailing trip before I even learned walking. My studies in ship management and active onboard experience have shaped my passion for the maritime, and in my role, I particularly enjoy helping the industry to tackle the most demanding human resource management challenges. When it comes to learning and development within the maritime industry, the focus is increasingly on the certification and presence of competence. More often than not, the driver to enroll in training is not personal or professional development, but the need is born from the pressure to remain compliant and have the right documentation on file. We know that it is not uncommon for a crew member to have a backlog of, let's say, 15 to 16 courses to complete with the varying degrees of urgency attached to them. Seafarers are faced with a difficult task of complying with an enormous and ever-growing training and competence regime. But how can we ensure that the objective of putting performance ahead of compliance is met against this demanding backdrop? One of the largest criticisms of seafarers globally remains the pressure to undertake training after an exhausting day or night on board or during holidays ashore. Many have to cut their rest days short and sacrifice the scarce time scheduled for friends or family to catch up with the backlog of training. This will have an impact on crew welfare, but ultimately it will also limit the impact any learning will have on the individual's performance. I remember during my time on board going through an extremely busy period of visiting 7 ports in 10 days with long working hours and little sleep. After an especially exhausting shift, I faced questions from the head office about some of the training courses which I had not yet completed. During that period, there was little time left to sleep, eat, or shower, not even talk about spending hours poring over training modules. In contrast to the busy port schedule, we afterwards experienced a long sea passage. In the space of just a few weeks, we were able to make time to catch up on tasks which had taken the backseat, including training. Unfortunately, scenarios such as this are far from rare. Time, or lack of it, often dictates when and where crew members can focus and efficiently work on their training backlog. Flexibility remains the key requirement in an industry with a schedule as complex and volatile as shipping. It is essential to offer different training solutions, such as onboard, ashore, online classroom, or e-learning, depending on the seafarer's preference and availability, as well as the topic. A huge part in ensuring a realistic training schedule is played by the ship-to-shore communication. Due to the many logistical as well as geographical challenges faced by the maritime industry, this relationship is not always as strong as it could or should be. However, if the sector is serious about putting performance ahead of compliance, it is more vital than ever for this gap to be bridged. To be able to provide seafarers with the flexibility to undertake training during periods of reduced activity on board, both parties need to commit to a consistent exchange of information. Miscommunication between companies and vessel is detrimental, not only to the future development of the seafarer, but also the organization itself. An integral role in overseeing the implementation of a flexible and robust training and competence schedule is played by senior members of the crew. The management level officers must have the authority to take the lead when it comes to incorporating learning into everyday work life. There's a lot more we can do to deliver the specific needs of seafarers. The introduction of bite-sized learning makes it easier for crew to digest and fit training into their daily lives. Increased interactivity, introduction of real-life scenarios, and gamification all help in making the experience more meaningful. Introduction of modern technologies will not only support the strengthening of the ship-to-shore relationship, but also give seafarers the opportunity to consume learning materials in remote locations. Solutions such as Mintra's training portal give crew members the flexibility to learn wherever they are. These solutions ensure continuity. The seafarer is able to complete a training started offline on the ship when they return to shore, or continue on board with the training they had started online. There's no getting around the fact that mandatory training is essential to the maritime industry. However, much can be done to ensure that it is developed to meet the unique requirements of seafarers Only by bringing user-friendly solutions and recognizing the challenges faced by the industry can we eventually shift the focus from compliance to performance.
What do you see when you look at these images? Tools, threats, modern luxuries, or necessities now? With the accelerated nature of modern maritime life, I believe most people would say technology is changing everything about the industry. But in the strictest sense, this is not the case. Many functions on board are still completed using traditional techniques and practices. It is important not to lose sight of basic principles in a digital age, but technological expansion cannot be ignored and has exposed a disconnect in the way we teach seafarers. We pre-program them to think, act, and reason in a certain way in the classroom, and when they join their ships, they must immediately think and act differently, shifting a mindset that has been ingrained during their training. The need to address these issues and prepare seafarers for the innovations and types of technology of the future is key. But let's be clear, our industry has changed. Training standards must also adapt. But if we fail to get the balance correct by moving too far in one direction, we risk leaving a generation of seafarers without the skills they need to continue to drive global trade and the world economy. The maritime industry is steeped in history and traditions, and this is obvious to anyone who has a connection with the industry. With technological expansion comes an almost inevitable erosion of some more traditional skills that over the years have produced some very competent mariners. To illustrate this, the items you see before you were once the pinnacle of technology, but were replaced by newer technology. The sextant was replaced by GPS, the hourglass with a clock, compact discs ultimately by Spotify, the BlackBerry with another phone, and in time, probably a much shorter space of time now, these will also become outdated and replaced with newer types of technology. Now, there is little doubt the mariner's skill set will change over the coming years and decades, with officers becoming more software-based operators than navigators or engineers, certainly in the traditional sense anyway. I accept and understand the value we place on traditional principles. These do have a place in modern shipping, as understanding these methods are as important now as they have been in the past. For anyone who wants to earn their certification and master their craft, understanding these traditional principles is imperative. I do worry, however, that we still focus more time and energy on traditional ways of performing tasks in the classroom, such as paper chart work. But should there now not be more time dedicated to teaching officers how to use the technologies that will allow them to become more familiar with the equipment and ultimately more competent operators? Older techniques can teach and underpin key concepts, but more of a balance needs to be struck. And in my mind, there is a difference between teaching underlying principles, which haven't really changed and are of value, and teaching ways of performing those duties or tasks, which have and will continue to change in the future as more technology rolls out. Balance is important and must be found. The wrong direction could hinder rather than aid. It is important for officers to understand the principles of navigation, a notion I doubt anyone listening would disagree with, as you would expect an airline pilot to have a good grounding in the principles of flight, despite the technology that surrounds them on the flight deck. I recently spoke at another event with a significant number of officer cadets attending. I took some time with them discussing their training and what they thought about the standards they were measured against. Most believed they didn't feel they had enough exposure to the digital technologies throughout their training that they'd seen being used on board ships. Some felt completely unprepared. Others felt quite anxious about their future in the industry, given that they are now so aware of the different types of technologies that are currently in development and set to hit the industry in the coming years, which, incidentally, for those cadets, will be when they qualify. Innovation is a fact of life and has been for hundreds of years. Progress, however, has accelerated somewhat in the last 30 and is now quicker than ever. Our industry has changed, and we have turned to technology to improve and make operations more efficient. Technology has a proven track record in many other areas, and investment and interest should be no surprise. It simplifies processes, performs repetitive tasks, can reduce error and risk, improve productivity, and power green initiatives that shipping needs to evolve with the times. There are a whole raft of technologies coming into the maritime sector, including artificial intelligence, big data, the Internet of Things. Those are just some, all with the aim of improving some area or aspect of shipping. Technologies such as augmented reality bridge systems have made an impact in navigational safety for those that have adopted them. Alternative fuels and battery technology are being developed to reduce carbon emissions, and energy-saving technologies are being developed to reduce operators' carbon footprints and also save money in the light of the higher costs of alternative fuels. These technologies will make ships safer, cleaner, and greener, high priorities for some shipping companies. But what of the training standards and the need to bring officers up to date with these different types of technologies? Our industry has changed, and it will continually do so at pace. And with pace comes the inevitable pressure of expectation to move with and evolve with the times. The major development milestones, such as radar, AIS, and digital charts, are milestones marked with many years between them. Digital innovation is now happening on a near daily basis, and we must recognize the need to adapt the current systems and ensure integration with traditional principles using modern technology. This integration presents a challenge when building a better system, and ultimately will allow seafarers to get the benefit from both traditional techniques and principles and the benefits of technology to aid and assist in keeping vessels safe, efficient, and profitable. Ship handling and the use of the Mark I eyeball, for example, is brilliant in the integration of traditional experience and taught skills and the technological elements that combine or can combine to improve navigational safety on board. Owners' employment profiles will change as remote and autonomous vessels enter the marketplace and further technological expansion continues. The digital and traditional maritime worlds are overlapping in a way they never have previously. And while there has been some movement in training standards, they have centered more around the introduction of simulators for tanker-based loading operations, engine room procedures, and virtual reality-based lifeboat launchings. My understanding is classrooms, however, have remained largely static. Our responsibility is simple: find a better way of harmonizing the old with the new, because there is a place for both, and both are needed. At an international level, STCW addresses the basic requirements for training, certification, and watchkeeping. Our industry has changed. those basic requirements have changed and will continually do so at pace not previously experienced by any of the regulatory bodies. There was a real opportunity in 2010 for the IMO to take greater steps to ensure that the Manila Amendments included additional training elements to address technology issues within the maritime sphere, in much the same way as they did previously with the 1995 amendments, bringing the convention in line with the standards of the day. And although things were changing or starting to change back then, the pace of change was much slower than it is today. So now, not only are we dealing with what and how things have changed, we're also dealing with the pace that they're changing. Future amendments, in my mind, should give due regard to how quickly changes are occurring and how technology will develop, and more importantly, how the pace can be addressed. I do hear some argue the current system does teach what they need. Companies can then use their own or third-party facilities to bring their officers up to a level for their own operations. But I would argue that not all companies are equal in their application of technology on board or in training with current or future innovations. But with new technology flooding into the industry and the benefits this brings to a ship owner, the regulatory environment is braced for change. We, the industry, must explore options that will level the playing fields for officers all over the world. I do have some sympathy for regulators. It can be a challenge to develop regulations with technology that is being developed or perhaps not fully understood in how it may be implemented. It is important to point out that the principles haven't really changed much and can still be taught, underpinning the types of digital technology that we see. But the practicalities, the tasks, duties on board ships have changed and should be taught in line with current industry technological expectations. Our industry has changed. And as we advance, I believe it would be fair to say that the digital element in current training programs needs to expand to be more of a focus during cadets training. The traditional means should still play an important role in teaching these principles, but some of this time should be sacrificed. The need for better integration between traditional ways of teaching and practicing principles and the way modern technology has changed how the industry operates is important. And make no mistake, the maritime industry is and will continue to embrace maritime technology. But in order to do so, or do so successfully, we need to arm people with the skills they require to become effective seafarers in the technological fleets of today and tomorrow. If we don't, it would be like putting a normal driver into a Formula One car. Something may go wrong. Development of training standards is inevitable, but the marriage of more traditional techniques and digital technology needs careful attention and consideration. Basic principles which have been tried and tested should be taught, practiced, and effectively integrated if officers are to be fully prepared for what awaits them in the industry. For those that may be worried about autonomous vessels affecting seafaring jobs, I will leave you with this short story, which for me illustrates the value of having a skilled workforce, one that can embrace and merge traditional means of working with modern technology. Now, in 2016, Elon Musk stated that Tesla's Model 3 would be built in a fully autonomous, custom-built factory that would produce vehicles at a faster rate than any human workers could. The plan failed, and he was forced to construct a new assembly line full of human workers. The point is simply this: integration of the past, present, and future is important to get right. If we fail to do so, we may have a problem on our hands. But unlike Tesla, our problem would be much larger in scale and has the potential to affect global economies. Time. energy and money into seafarers' training standards is needed to ensure a robust framework, giving them the skills and experience they deserve to function effectively now, in the future, and always. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this short talk. It's very nice to be here, and I would like to thank you all for taking the time to watch this. And I would also like to thank Mr. Belokas for his invitation and this great initiative, and thank all of the team at SAFETY4SEA Virtual Forum for making this work smoothly. My name is Mariangela Zanaki. I'm a psychologist working at Celsan Consulting, where we essentially collaborate with organizations in the maritime industry to improve all processes related to managing human element performance. And what I would like to do today is talk about the strategic importance of crew welfare and what this entails for a shipping organization. Okay, so first things first, I mentioned crew welfare and I mentioned strategic importance, so let's see what each of these terms entails. By crew welfare, we are referring to all management activities that provide the right support that will enhance the well-being of our seafarers. Now, it's important to note that there's a difference between health and well-being. The World Health Organization has provided us with a definition of health that's been unchanged since 1948, saying that health is not simply the absence of disease, but that it is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. So health is really about thriving. It's a step above just being healthy or being well. It's about thriving, and that's why you can be in a state of well-being even if you're not completely healthy. Having a disease like a chronic disease that so many of us may have and still experiencing a sense of well-being is quite possible. It's actually a goal. So well-being is not something we have. It's something that we are, something that we practice. It's a very positive state of being where we experience positive feelings irrespective of the condition we found ourselves in, or in some instances, rather because of the adverse or whatever negative condition we can find ourselves in. So, that being said, crew welfare activities are all the activities that are initiated by an organization to promote this positive state of being. And in this sense, crew welfare activities go beyond, the traditional model where interventions are targeted towards preventing accidents or injuries or illnesses, to actually include interventions that will help seafarers better manage their health. But since preventing and managing mirrors a rather restrictive view of health and well-being, because like we said, well-being is about thriving, we also need to include one more level in our interventions and in our way of thinking, which aims at promoting well-being. And this is where we can start talking about strategy. Strategy is about finding ways to achieve and maintain a competitive advantage. Simply put, it's about ensuring that your organization has certain unique capabilities that distinguish it from all the rest. And the truth is that building a strategy that is based on well-being of your seafarers and your people ashore takes some effort and a lot of planning. It's all very fulfilling work, I gotta say, because we do it, but still, I can understand that it's only natural to wonder if it's worth it. So, why should crew welfare make it to the strategic agenda? Let's look at the big picture for a bit. We live at a time where stress is very prevalent. It's a feature of our lives. And although stress is a powerful force that boosts our body and mind, experiencing stress over a long-term period is bad for our health and obviously for our well-being. It's how we actually completely lose touch with our sense of wellness. Now, if we were to look at the top causes of death in the beginning of the 20th century, it was mostly communicable diseases like pneumonia and tuberculosis that were killing people. And if we fast forward to today, things are reversed. Infectious diseases have been replaced by the non-communicable ones, and stress plays a huge role in that. Long-term stress. Long-term stress is a contributing factor in most of the chronic diseases that we suffer from, such as heart disease, cancer, and of course, mental health disorders. And stress is experienced in every walk of life, considering that we spend most of our time at work. Seafarers spend all of their working time at work. It's no wonder that employees are experiencing a lot of stress. And this stress affects and is actually a factor in all of the chronic diseases, like we said before, that we can suffer from, like heart disease, cancer, and of course, all the mental health disorders. Now, I'm not going to get into specifics. I'm just going to call your attention to the fact that in any given year, 1 in 4 people will experience a mental health problem due to stress. And since no man is an island, that means that even if not directly affected by a mental health problem, we all get affected. All the national and international statistics on health, on stress and mental health, what they mean is that in any typical organization, there will be a significant percentage of employees that will feel stressed out and will probably struggle with anxiety, depression, or even worse, plus all the physical problems they may develop. So reason number 1 that seafarer well-being should make it to your strategic agenda is that you or your colleagues are probably stressed out, which for one thing makes it very difficult to actually enjoy life and work, but also it can mess with your long-term health. Now, if hearing about this, you're thinking that you don't have time to approach it strategically. So, that is a sign that you may be overwhelmed by the daily stresses that you are dealing with. And in that case, I can maybe bring your attention to the fact that long-term stress isn't just bad for your own health and your teammates' health, it's actually really bad for the health of your organization and your department as well. Organizations, along with people, can suffer from stress. And although work is one of the most fulfilling activities that we can engage in, it's good for our health, it's good for our well-being, it can make us happy. The truth is that a negative working environment can lead to problems which affect individuals and organizations alike. We know from the literature on stress, there's a lot of that across different countries, the most common stressors are things you might recognize. Overload, too many work hours, lack of control over our work, being unclear about our role and how someone can advance in our organization, not having enough opportunities for growth, dealing with toxic or with difficult work relationships, issues having to do with salary, job insecurity, and of course, a host of organizational factors like culture and policies and work-life balance issues. Now, this costs a lot of money for a business too. To communicate the scale and magnitude of this cost, I should tell you that billions are wasted every year in lost productivity. Whether it's missing days at work, going to work without really being there and actually doing work, using our leaves to get some time off work, lack of focus and concentration, or intense emotional reactions that are causing us to make mistakes, or simply quitting, employees use all of these ways to deal with stress at work. And to bring it closer to home, there's a lot of research, and most of it is done during the past 10 to 12 years, suggesting that seafarers are among the occupational groups at most risk for stress and adverse mental health outcomes, such as anxiety and depression. Now, we know that seafarers experience a variety of psychosocial, physical, and work-related stressors. You know them better than I do: fatigue, sleep deprivation, separation from family, loneliness, lack of recreation, workload demands, physical demands of the work, organizational justice, poor management practices, lack of growth opportunities, COVID, so many more. But do you know how your own seafarers suffer from these and which are the actual stressors of your own seafarers? And especially if you think about the changes in the industry, you can add more stressors related to the faster turnaround schedules, to the technology use, to the decreased personnel, all that's coming with the new inspections. So what I'm trying to say is that it's critical that you understand that in the long run, seafarers are a very distinct group of employees that experience months or years away from home and are dealing with a host of very job-specific and intense stressors. Now, individual characteristics matter, and it's important to include welfare initiatives that aim at the individual level. But you do understand that tackling crew welfare at the organizational level will control for so many more of the stressors that seafarers are dealing with. So first of all, it's important to know the sources of your own seafarer stress. Ask them and try to find out so that you can start to build some interventions that will focus on the individual level. So yes, of course, initiatives such as booklets for stress reduction or training or enhancing one's own well-being or training on learning how to make the best out of life stressors or access to meditation training or health classes or access to gym or healthy nutrition, all these matter, but these are preventative actions. Organizational level interventions are much more important than that because by focusing on moderating the main job-related stressors, we take a step further in preventing and in promoting good, the crew welfare. I apologize. Okay, so I'm really talking about an integrated approach where not only do we prevent harm and manage illness, but we promote the positive. We develop the positive aspects of work and the positive characteristics of each seafarer, their strengths and their capacities. So that means that we need to revisit many of our workplace policies, practices, and procedures, not just, safety and ergonomics practices, or policies that prevent discrimination and bullying and promote mental health, diversity, equity, inclusion, or have a look at our performance management systems, whether they promote good mental health or if they make seafarers feel more stressed when the time comes for actually doing the performance management reviews. And of course, none of that is possible without the active participation and support of leadership. Now, leadership, of course, this entails leadership training on understanding how well-being works, on becoming much more sensitive towards mental health issues, on learning how to provide support to employees and how to coach them, on modeling healthy behaviors, walking the talk and talking the walk, on using supportive supervision techniques, such as providing performance feedback or managing conflict. So essentially what we're talking about is all the steps that you can take so that you can strategically create a culture of care. Now, a culture of care is one that supports seafarers and people on shore well-being, and it shows across all our policies, all our procedures, and most important of all, across our everyday behaviors. Now that takes some work, like I said, but it's very fulfilling, and taking care of the health and well-being of your seafarers and your employees on shore is a guaranteed win-win. So I'd like to slightly paraphrase John Lennon and say that in the end, the care we get is equal to the care we give. So make sure that you take care to strategically map out your crew welfare initiatives. And thank you very much for taking the time to watch this.
Hi, I'm Yiannis Fafalios. I'm an ex-seafarer and I've worked in many areas of the maritime industry. I currently work at my family's office as an operations manager and I'm the CEO at SAFETY4SEA. Today, I will talk to you about unlocking the limitless potential with crew welfare. Human error is still the root cause of 76 to 20% of all accidents at sea, and this number has not changed over the last 20 years. What is interesting to see is that during that period, total losses have reduced by a third. It has been well documented that this is primarily owed to the improvements in machinery, navigational technology, and seaworthiness. All these factors remain crucial, but they seem to be reaching their limits. Yet there is one piece of the puzzle which, if focused on, the skies are truly the limit. Now, any guesses what that is? Crew welfare. Crew welfare is the limitless potential that we can all tap into. The most important part of the maritime industry is the crew. Without them, the vessel is not seaworthy. If the crew are in good condition mentally and physically, there is no knowing what can be achieved. Human potential is a limitless resource. Now, addressing crew welfare head-on will not achieve an improvement in safety or reduce accident prevention directly because the conditions remain the same. Example of these conditions are long contracts at sea, social isolation, lack of quality communication, physical demands, bullying and harassment, compromised mental well-being, and irregular sleep patterns and conditions. We now need to focus on and manage these underlying conditions that lead to poor crew welfare and help avoid accidents proactively. We have reached a period in which it is inexcusable for the industry not to address these factors. Lloyd's Register's detailed report on shining a light on seafarer well-being mentions that the industry must start prioritizing an environment that considers seafarers' psychological well-being and mental health. As technology has made huge strides, we are at the dawn of a new age with new opportunities to understand crew welfare. There are a lot of easy wins that can significantly improve welfare on board. According to Lloyd's report, the crew needs mental health support whilst at sea. When someone is psychologically distressed, their mind is likely to be elsewhere and their alertness can suffer, leading to catastrophic scenarios. Secondly, fatigue management, and this for me is the most important point. It is no secret that the MLC has shed light on work rest hours, but it is not 100% effective. There are some challenges in managing fatigue, and we need tools to manage it properly. I advocate for new technologies which provide an objective light on fatigue management. The current standards are unlikely to be consistently met, even by the best owners, which is understandable if you know anything about shipping logistics. The only way to be able to understand how to manage the underlying conditions is through communication and technology, which can marry subjective and objective data to fully comprehend how severe fatigue is in the industry. And then, most importantly, not to punish non-compliance, but to provide support to prevent non-compliance. This is really important. Fatigue management is a prime example of small improvements that can reap huge rewards. The third point is improving onboard accommodation. It is essential that crew have the ideal surroundings to fulfill not just work objectives, but also social and well-being activities. Technology will undoubtedly give us insights into aspects we have not even considered. The data, once analyzed, will provide us an infinite number of ways to improve seafarer well-being. And last but by no means least, we need to continue to improve seafarers' rights. Seafarers' rights should be at the top of the agenda of all countries, especially after the apparent shortfalls highlighted during the pandemic. Now, all these points have merits. I also sympathize with many owners and operators who have the best intentions and are blinded by all these options and find it difficult to actually execute them. It cannot be expected that owners will have to be entirely responsible for analyzing these factors on their own. They need third parties to give them the best information, support, and recommendations. That is where I realize someone needs to provide a tool to understand crew welfare. Also, I can emphasize with the crew, these solutions cannot add more paperwork or tick box exercises that cause more harm than good. Our tagline is better sleep for safer seas, because caring for and ensuring a healthy and happy crew means more engagement, increased alertness, and resilience to the ever-changing challenges they face, which will ultimately mean safer seas, greater efficiency, and optimized costs. I appreciate that many will also be concerned about financial impacts and will be asking about the financial incentive for improving or providing better crew welfare. Well, global depression could be attributed to occupational risks, with depression and anxiety costing the global economy around $1 trillion annually. Furthermore, we would expect reductions in insurance premiums as total losses and claims should fall in the long run. These are the direct financial incentives to invest in crew welfare. There are also many indirect financial incentives, such as improved communications and better crew management, which is why I believe, and why owners should believe in too, that crew welfare has limitless potential. I believe that crew welfare is the last piece of the puzzle to make the maritime industry even safer. But to make this possible, we must take care of the crew and seek objective data and proactive actions. We need to bridge the gap between the ship and the shore by opening new lines of communication and increase awareness. Focus equally on all three aspects of ESG. And lastly, to provide the tools that allow seafarers to be able to be self-aware and take care of themselves, even in such isolating and challenging conditions. The shipping industry has always been resilient. Can it remain resilient if we don't look after our crew? Thank you very much for SAFETY4SEA for hosting this event. I hope you enjoyed today's talk. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the crew welfare panel discussion. In this panel, we concluded earlier on a number of spotlight presentations. We have also a number of presentations before we conclude with the last panel of the day later on, maritime security. In this panel, we would like to discuss about crew welfare, one of the key topics that is at the top of the agenda across the industry. Although the Neptune Declaration Crew Change Index has showed transition to a new normal since July, maritime stakeholders remain alert to improve life on board in the post-pandemic era. Let's assume that we are on the post-pandemic era, because a lot of us think that this is, let's say, the last leg before we consider this a post-pandemic era. In any way, all managers, operators have set their focus on enhancing the welfare of seafarers, promoting efforts targeting both the physical and the mental health of crew on board as key priority areas, along, of course, with other stakeholders across the industry. Now, in this panel, we would like to discuss about key challenges and opportunities, what we have learned out of the pandemic, any sort of priorities we would like to discuss, and of course, best practices and maybe, how we should move forward as an industry. Now, in order to have a meaningful discussion, we have assembled a rounded panel of experts. Let me introduce them to you in alphabetical order. We have in this panel, Emanolia Kollias, who is the channel director with Mindra, provider of e-learning solutions, Dr. Kate Pipe, director of projects with Field Research, Captain Eve Vanderboom, director of loss prevention with the Standard Club, Sandra Welch, who is the CEO of Seafarer Hospital Society, and Reverend Canon Andrew Wright, who is the Secretary General of the Mission to Seafarers, a well-known charity. We are fully supportive of the work, the good work that all these charities are providing our industry. I would like to welcome you all, and I would like to ask you to give us your opening statement in order to start our discussion. So I would like to start with Kate.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to be here, and a great opportunity to talk to you about crew welfare and mental health today. And it's an area very close to my heart. I have an academic background from various universities in the UK, and I've led lots of research projects, particularly focusing on the social science programs and the importance of looking after crew. And recently I've been involved with a project from ICE1, International Seafarers Association Network, and we have been looking at the social interaction on board and the importance that plays throughout life on board with seafarers. And obviously it has a working element as well. But throughout that, throughout this presentation and the panel, I'll be drawing on that project and telling you some of the recommendations and guidance that we have, and hopefully bringing to you more information about what we found throughout COVID, because the project coincided with that, not deliberately, but it's shone a light on many of the issues that we still experience, and made it even more important to talk about it now. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to joining the rest of this esteemed panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Steve.
Thank you, Apostolos. Good day, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to be on this panel. I'm always looking forward to being on this on a regular basis. And definitely on this topic, well-being is something from a P&I Club perspective we are very closely involved in. For many years, we have been publishing guidance on seafarer well-being. We are working quite closely with a number of the charities, certainly including the Mission to Seafarers, which is here as well on the panel. And I think there are a number of points that have come out of the pandemic that we are going to be touching on during this presentation. And I'll be happy to talk on the social side as well, like Kate is saying. I think that's really important to focus on. I think we need to focus on how seafarers are being recognized as a key worker or not. I think there's another item that we need to talk about is on the use of internet or the use of alcohol on board of ships, which I always love to be controversial about. And I think in general, there are a number of good points that have come out of the pandemic, even though it was a really dark area for a lot of us. There are still some good points that have come out of it, which I'll be happy to talk about. Thank you, Apostolos.
Thank you. Emanolia?
Sorry, I was trying to find my mute button. So thank you for having me on this panel. These areas that we are discussing, they're topics that I hold, just like Kate, very close to me when it comes to seafarer treatment and welfare, mental health aspects, and especially with diversity and inclusiveness. It is my job as a supplier within the industry to make sure that we have the tools. So when we are talking about the issues on crew welfare, we try to make sure that we have the tools to be able to kind of act on that instead of just speaking on it. So thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you, Maria. Sandra.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for having me today on this panel. So I'm from Seafarers Hospital Society, and our focus is very much on crew welfare, health, and well-being. And so I come at this very much from a health perspective and about the importance of keeping crew fit and healthy to work at sea, but also fit and healthy as they move into retirement. And so our focus really is on awareness and prevention, awareness and prevention of mental health issues, on musculoskeletal injury due to the repetitive nature of work at sea, also on things like dental hygiene and health, cancer awareness, cardiovascular health and disease. And I really believe there is great potential to improve seafarer health and well-being and low-hanging fruit with changes that can be made quite quickly and with little expense or disruption to current practices, and yet substantially improve seafarer health and mental health as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Andrew.
Thank you very much, Apostolos. It's great to be with you and great to be with the rest of the panel. I begin with a little story that I often tell. It was a captain who said to me, long time ago actually, he said to me, happy seafarers are safe seafarers, happy seafarers are good seafarers, you make seafarers happy. Thanks for that. And it's quite a good summary of what we're all about, really, because, of course, the mission to seafarers is in the business of the well-being of seafarers, as are organisations of the rest of this panel. And also, of course, we want that to happen because of a common humanity. Obviously, the seafarers have been through a terrible time. We all know that very well. The problems that associated with the pandemic were huge, and more recently, of course, many seafarers, both Ukrainian and Russian and many others, have been deeply stressed by events as a result of the Ukraine conflict. So, you know, it's been a particularly bleak time. Really encouraging that our Seafarer Happiness Index, recently published, its last report, shows considerable improvement across all areas. So it's been very encouraging, and I think a lot of great work's gone on during the pandemic. But there remain areas of there's no room for complacency. I'm really pleased the industry is taking welfare with a new degree of seriousness, which has been very welcome. I'm really glad that seafarers have achieved enhanced visibility, I think, as a result of the pandemic more globally. But there are lots of areas to focus on, particularly around shore leave, around connectivity, around resilience training, and I'm sure many of these are going to emerge during the discussion. So it's great to be with you, and thanks very much, Apostolos.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now, my next question, our topic, I would like to discuss about lessons learned from the pandemic with respect to crew welfare, and I would like to, let's say, dive a little bit more into what we have learned so far. Let me have your thoughts on that, Eve.
Thanks, Apostolos. Always a difficult one to go first. Either I don't know what to say, or I will say what everybody else wants to say. Lessons learned from the pandemic. I think there is what I was saying earlier. There's a silver lining to the pandemic. It was a really bad period for seafarers. There has been a lot of hardship. But the silver lining is that finally we have the proper spotlight on the importance of mental well-being for seafarers. It was an issue before the pandemic came around. I'm not going to say it was as a result of the pandemic. There was an issue with well-being prior to the pandemic, but at least as a result of the pandemic, we have a proper spotlight on it. As a result of the pandemic, we now have that recognition that seafarers are key workers. I think there is a lot, though, that can be done to further cement that key worker status, because as Andrew was saying just now as well, there still are issues worldwide with shore leave. There are still certain countries where you cannot sign off crew, where we are currently having a problem with a seafarer that is having mental issues and which we are unable to repatriate. So I think lesson learned, really the importance of making sure that welfare is being taken care of on board. We'll delve deeper in it later, I think, and there are a lot of companies that are doing a lot of good work, like the happiness index is showing that it's going up, but that work can now not be stagnant, and that really needs to be continued by companies. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to a brief comment on what you said. Yes, crew welfare was in the agenda, but if we, let's say, split the agenda into 3 tiers, top, middle, and bottom, now we have moved, the topic has been moved on the top tier. So I assume we all agree with that, because as you correctly pointed out, it was in the agenda, but not as a priority item. Emanuela, your thoughts?
Yes, Captain, if you did take my initial comment. So I think that's definitely a lesson learned, and the spotlight that has put onto our seafarers, it was definitely needed, especially when it comes to the mental health. Another key area where I feel that it kind of put a spotlight on is how we do our training and development. SDCW. The convention, it looks like now, because we have a lot of seafarers due to the pandemic that they could not go for their training. We came into an issue where there's a lot of seafarers with lapsed certificates. So, and mainly because a lot of the provisions within the STCW is to force them to go into classrooms, and they could not get to classrooms. So it did put a spotlight on that, and it kind of paved the way for new methods of training with, of course, certain SDCW courses that can be done outside of the classroom, but it kind of paved the way for those to be delivered utilizing other methods.
Thank you. Sandra.
Hi. So I was reading a study from the British Medical Journal, which they published in 2021, which actually they looked over a 4-year period at seafarers' health, and 6 out of 1,000 seafarers were affected by occupational injuries and disease. And the study concluded that workers at sea have high mortality, injuries, illness, and that they work in a hazardous environment. And so this, coupled with the discussions that or description of seafarers as being absolutely resilient during COVID, and they were, because they kind of kept all our supply chains going. And even though they weren't granted kind of key worker status, even though they did, key worker, they carried out a key worker role, is really important for us to think about, because this resilience, or this word resilience, can actually sometimes hide a number of key issues, like working overtime or excessive overtime, which can lead to fatigue and all of those kind of things. But praising the resilience of crew can sometimes also hide systemic issues. And I think those are some of the things that we need to look at, particularly when we're looking at crew health. And if the industry is to thrive, and it is doing really well, but if it is to continue to do well, I do believe that we need to improve this culture of care, where we're continuing to look after that. We've come through a pandemic and done incredibly well, but actually we mustn't take our foot off the brakes now. This is time to actually look at building on those really good successes. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sandra. Absolutely. Andrew.
Yeah, thank you. I think a series of things. I totally agree with what you said already, that obviously maintaining the priority that has been given to seafarer welfare is very important. Secondly, it has been notable how well the industry has worked together across its various bodies during the pandemic, and that was transformational. So maintaining that collaboration in relation to seafarers' welfare is absolutely critical. The essential worker status thing, I'm really hoping, we're all hoping that can be sorted out for the long term, so that we don't face that business again. Around crew change, clearly essential. Very importantly, the issue of communication and connectivity, and that's something the industry has really taken on. I'm really glad to see progress in the recent ILO meetings, making sure that seafarers have access to strong, affordable Wi-Fi is really important. And those who didn't have that during the pandemic suffered even more acutely than others. And also, I think the maintaining contact with seafarers' families from companies, particularly during those sort of crises, was an important lesson as well. So the whole area around there, connectivity and communication. And then, of course, we've also learned about the value of digital working with seafarers. It's not the whole answer, and we'll no doubt touch on that later, but really, really great to see, digital programs emerging from charities, from companies, from management organizations, and so on. And some on the call have been involved in that. Really, really great thing, that.
Thank you, Andrew. Just again, a quick comment. I heard in the past John Adams, who is the recipient of the Personality Award this year for the SAFETY4SEA, who stated that, seafarers are not key workers, seafarers are family. So I would like to just say I was touched by that. And as you correctly pointed out, the issue about collaboration, recently during SMM, I heard at the DNV opening press conference about the future fuels, someone stated collaboration is the new oil. If we stick with the advancements and the coordination, communication, and collaboration we've seen with this pandemic, the industry will move forward much faster in any aspect. And that's, I think, as you correctly pointed out, that's a key benefit for the industry for the years to come. Absolutely, on the collaboration issue, absolutely. Kate, your thoughts?
The joys of going last in this question, obviously quite a lot of this is what I was going to say has been covered, but I love the idea of key workers as seafarers as family. I totally agree with that, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But I was going to say that yes, I agree we should build on the successes made so far during the pandemic, and treating seafarers as key workers. This is a title that was given to them during COVID, and a well-deserved title, but it shouldn't be a meaningless title as it proved to be somewhat during COVID. We must get seafarers back to their families when they've got shore leave. We must give them shore leave. We must allow them the flights home at the end of their contracts, and that's still not happening in some cases. And even before COVID, as we know, some of this wasn't happening either. So the light's very much been shone on that, and it's a good thing. But key workers, seafarers are family when they're on board, and getting them to know each other better through social interaction is a very important thing. And having people look out for one another is really important too. One of the areas that the SIM project looked at was doing that through social activities on board and helping to combat isolation. So when people are on their own and feeling isolated away from their families, maybe without the connectivity that they need, that bringing people together, however small, even just for a chat, is really, really important.
Thank you. Thank you, too. My next topic is around key challenges, opportunities, and trends for crew welfare. That's, let's say, the second leg of the topic we started with the previous round. What sort of challenges or opportunities you see with respect to crew welfare? Emanuela?
I think this is a good area because I like what Kate just picked up on in the first question. The social interaction, and I think we need to kind of take it a step further because yes, COVID did exacerbate the mental health of our seafarers on board, right? And they didn't have the tools to be able to look out for one another and be able to recognize that somebody is going through a crisis. So I think one of those that really accumulated to be a very large challenge whenever in, I guess, early 2020 all the way through 2021. Some still have this case. So I think a nice opportunity to kind of combat that is making sure that everybody who's on board, even if it is the master, need to know how to recognize when someone is just not right, and it being okay and not as a taboo to kind of help this person get out of whatever kind of, I don't want to call it a funk, but whatever they are going through in their minds, right? We do need to realize that our seafarers have been away from their families, not knowing what's going on. And the connectivity issue on board, which it is 2022, we should be getting better at this. They need that communication with their loved ones.
Thank you, Manolia. Sandra?
Sorry. I think one of the key challenges really is about retaining the skilled workforce and attracting new talent into the industry. You know, I think the industry is facing a kind of skills crisis at the moment, particularly made worse by seafarers who have decided not to return to sea because of the pandemic and the difficulties that they experienced, and obviously all the geopolitical conflicts that we're experiencing in the world now, which probably hasn't helped at all. But I think in a world that offers young people and new talent, you know, exciting opportunities to work offshore, we need to work harder to be an attractive sector, and particularly when competing for digital and green skills. So placing well-being high on a company's agenda and providing work that aligns with the younger generation's kind of desire to improve the world and see the world as a better place is often seen, you know, as something to aspire to more so than actually just working for a wage. And I think this is something that we as an industry need to be moving towards as well, encouraging people to work for things that they feel and get some that they feel strongly about, and you know, that is ethical in their belief as well.
Sandra, may as a quick follow-up question, I'm always curious, do you have any numbers? Because you mentioned something I hear a lot, but I haven't seen any hard facts, any figures. What sort of percentage seafarers are, you know, leaving sea for something else? Because you said, and I understand that someone may not return to the sea due to the conditions that they have to face. Do you have any sort of numbers?
I don't have numbers, but I've certainly read a number of articles, and I don't want to misquote anything. So I don't want to get into that. But I've certainly seen lots of articles talking about how difficult it is to recruit young people. But on the other hand, I've also I understand from people who are doing training within the maritime sector within the UK, that there are increasing numbers of younger people going into it. So I think it's one of those things where we need to provide an industry which is attractive to young people, so we get them into that workplace.
Absolutely, especially with the younger generations. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew, your thoughts with respect to challenges and opportunities?
Yep. Thank you, Apostolos. I'll just pick up on one challenge, and that's the issue. It's been mentioned already, shore leave. Clearly, that's a major issue going forward. I mean, no surprises that we obviously run over 120 seafarers centres around the world. During 2021, usage was down 93% on 2019 levels, which is a stunning figure, but no surprise to any of us. Shore leave is being very slow to come back. I mean, clearly it does differ from part of world to part of world. And, you know, it is slowly coming back, and that's reflected in the happiness index. But, you know, sometimes this is company policy, sometimes it's local regulations, sometimes it's captain's orders, sometimes it is seafarer choice. And of course, the fact that we're getting more and more Wi-Fi on board now is going to pose a challenge for shore leave, particularly when people have small amounts of time to spend ashore. So, but we certainly believe, as I'm sure the rest of the panel does, that getting off the ship is critical, and having time away, connecting with local communities, time to do your own shopping. We've obviously been doing huge amounts of personal shopping for seafarers this last 2 years, $3 million worth, in fact, in 2020, in 2021. But I think it's vital for people's mental health, having that break from the ship, seeing new people. So I think anything the industry can do to encourage shore leave, enable it, take away barriers to that, and encourage seafarers to take time on shore, that's going to be critical for mental health.
Absolutely. Kate.
Thank you. I think one of the key challenges from my perspective on crew welfare is around fatigue. It's one of the constant areas that we picked up on in the SIM project, and it showed that the pressured work schedules and there is a constant danger of fatigued crew that are overloaded with work and the stress of not getting off the ship. So we don't actually know how tired people are when they arrive for their first voyage, and they could be going straight into a work situation. There's a blurring of work and leisure time on board, and these both need to be much more clearly defined so that seafarers get the rest and reset recuperation time that they are really needing. I think that more focus needs to be put on fatigue. Obviously, there's regulations, but there's often a bit of flex in that when reality happens, when you're in a port and very busy schedules and so on. So there's a lot more work to be done on that, I think. And with the inspections and audits and numerous port calls and so on, this becomes more of a priority, perhaps, than it was before.
May I ask a quick follow-up question, Kate? Given the mention on fatigue, we had a nice discussion yesterday about safety tech in the human factors panel, and one of the ideas that we came across was the idea to leave behind us the issue of monitoring work and rest hours, and instead of going to real life health indicators in order to monitor fatigue. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm sorry I missed that talk. It sounds very interesting, but you were saying to monitor real life situations. Are you thinking about wearables or something that would do that?
Correct. So the idea was about wearables, yes.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting area that a lot more research could be done on. And there's some great technology now that could do that quite unobtrusively. You don't even have to wear them on your wrist. There's other places on your body. And some of them can charge the batteries as you go. So you don't even need to find a plug for it. Great technologies out there. I think that we should be using them. Yeah.
Yes, positive. That's okay. That was my thought as well. Eve, your thoughts on challenges and opportunities?
I'm going to have to thank all my fellow panelists for mentioning everything that I wanted to say. So I am going to be a little bit of a devil's advocate on this question, and I'm going to pick up on something Kate mentioned earlier about the social well-being on board and the importance of being social on board. And I think that is something that can be worked on more. We keep seeing now in the press everywhere the importance that seafarers are putting on having that connectivity on board, because they want to be able to connect with their families, they want to be able to read the news, etc. And I'm fully behind that and I fully support that. But the flip side of having all of that connectivity on board is that you bring all the problems from the shore side on board. It is that you are preventing people from being social on board because they will dive away in their cabins and they will go and talk with the family or watch a movie or do other things with the connectivity. Now, the only point that I want to make with this is that we need to find that balance between how much connectivity do we need and how can we educate the seafarer about the importance of limiting that connectivity that they are using so that they still do have time available to do the social aspects on board as well and sleep from time to time. Thank you.
Yes, Sandra, yes.
Yeah, so I absolutely agree with what you're saying, but I think it's a balance that we need to strike in our lives, whether we work ashore or whether we work on land. And I think the internet and connectivity is with us. It's a functioning part of our lives and something we live with all the time. And I don't think we should be limiting seafarers with those kind of things, any more than we should limit people in our offices.
For me, it's like a deja vu because I've been to this discussion, I think, many times. I'm always reminding myself that I think more than 50% of households in UK now, for example, the same will apply in other countries, do not eat all together. Those who are the parents with the children and so on and so forth. Meaning younger generations are much more, let's say, connected, much more immersive into this new world. And we have to, at some point, adapt about that. So I'm not saying it's a counter argument. I'm just saying we have to bear in mind. Andrew, you would like to comment? Yes.
Just to point out that it's obviously a really important area. Mission Seafarers, we're obviously running our WeCare suite of educational programs, and the first unit we put out some time ago actually was around the safe and effective use of the internet and of social media and so on, because clearly there have been issues created by information coming to a seafarer whilst he's a long way out at sea, to which he is powerless to respond. And but I agree with Sandra. We can't. The advantages of being connected far outweigh, and we can't be patronizing to seafarers, but we do need to support seafarers and their families in being able to use things responsibly and sensibly and not end up, screwing up someone's mental health because of misuse. So I think it's a key area for us, and it's certainly one we're very conscious of and working on with seafarers.
Okay. Now, I have, Kate, you would like to comment, I think, or not? Yes.
Yes, please. I really just agree with Sandra and Andrew there. It has been a very controversial issue for a long time. And I think finally the MLC has recognised that this is a really important area and we should do much more about it. I would like to go a bit further and say it should be offered at no cost, as well, not just low cost. But we notice that seafarers can spend a lot of time trying to connect, and where their connection isn't good enough, that's where they're wasting time when they could actually be at work or socializing together. So I think the issue is not giving them a connection, it's making sure it's very good and that they can use it in a sensible way.
Now, my next topic is about ESG, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've seen a number of let's say, discussions across the industry. We see the rise of the ESG and diversity, equity, and inclusion in the industry's agenda. I would like to ask you if you find this topic as an opportunity, as a challenge, what sort of thoughts you have towards that end. Sandra, your thoughts.
I think this very much provides the industry with the opportunity to kind of shake off old perceptions as it aims to kind of provide greater opportunities for people from all backgrounds across the world. While it is clear that the maritime sector has made great strides over the past decade, there's a great deal of work still to do. But it's really a vital part of what we're doing if we want to ensure greater diversity, that we nurture talent and create holistic and healthy environments where people can thrive and work really, really well.
Okay, Andrew.
Yeah, I would love to see more women on board ships. I still see very, very few on my port visits other than in cruise vessels. As the father of a seafaring daughter, she was in the super yacht sector, admittedly, for 13 years. We walked that journey with her with all its ups and downs, and she certainly experienced some of those vulnerabilities that women seafarers particularly do have. I think, women can really enhance a crew, both through the talents and skills they bring and just from, balancing out a community. So we've done some recent work at the mission about women seafarers, and part of our focus is on how we can better respond to the particular welfare needs of women, which I think our teams need to be properly skilled up on, because there are some particular things there that they need to be aware of that perhaps they, in the male-dominated world, sometimes they aren't. So I think I'd love to see the industry working really hard to get more balanced crews, more women across a wider sector, and being properly able to meet their particular needs and the challenges that they have, and make sure that they are absolutely properly safeguarded with some of the particular vulnerabilities they face. So it's been very interesting seeing that from the inside as well as from the outside, and I very much hope the industry can take that challenge on.
Thank you, Andrew. Kate?
Thank you. Yeah, of course, diversity isn't just women, it's different nationalities as well, and the shipping industry certainly has plenty of different nationalities represented, which is great. But I think from where I'm sitting, there's some good work being done in gender and equity and inclusion, and it's really important that we do get a much more balanced, diverse group across the industry. But it's also about getting the environment right on board, as Andrew and Sandra have both pointed out, and that we need to do more on that to make people feel welcome. And I think that's really down to communication and making sure that everybody's needs are catered for. And one of my recommendations that I'll come back to probably later is that we have somebody dedicated on board every vessel, probably with other hats on as well, but somebody that looks after that area in terms of a social ambassador that really makes sure that people are engaged with each other, whoever they are, and whether they're male, female, different nationalities, maybe disabled. We need to include everybody, and then we are opening up a much greater talent pool if we do that, and we certainly need to do that. So getting the right environment.
Okay. Eve?
I very much agree with everything that has been said. I think this is a great opportunity for the maritime world. I very much agree that the environment needs to be right on board, and I think that is something that needs a lot of work and education of the current batch of seafarers, how they need to deal with different nationalities, different genders, different sexualities on board. How can they notice that there are issues? I think that is one point that needs to be worked on, but also on the recruitment of new seafarers. I think there it is something that we need to change the image that we have, or rather that the public has on the shore side, that the youth has when they are in college. How do they perceive the maritime world to be? And that is something that I think the wrong image is being portrayed to the shore side. So I think that is something that needs to be worked on, that people or the youth has a better understanding of what it is being on board of ships, and that then can attract a more diverse cadetship.
May I ask as a quick follow-up question, Eve? What are your thoughts with respect to the importance of crew welfare elements for the younger generation? Forget the millennials. Millennials are now 25 to 40 years of age. Generation Z is now approximately 20 years old. We're going to see, I'm not talking about Generation Alpha. Generation Alpha, those born after 2010. I'm just talking for Generation Z versus the millennials, not the older generations. Do you find there's a rise in importance with respect to what they feel towards, wellness? What are your thoughts about that?
I always get confused with the Generation Alphabet, but I definitely agree. I think the younger generation finds it a lot more important to have the well-being in place. And I think one of the points there to highlight probably is that those people that are putting the policies in place, that are putting the welfare in place, are of a totally different generation with a totally different background. And I think it is important there that we are going to listen to the seafarer, ask them what is important, see how we can, insofar practical, safe, etc., listen to the demands that they have, and then work on that instead of trying to, from our own experience, which is totally outdated with this regard, to put a policy in place.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, Andrew, yes.
Just to say, I mean, I'm sure there'll be those on this panel who know far more about this than I do. But one of the big challenges in crew welfare is obviously seafarers acknowledging that they may be facing an issue. I mean, people are often, and particularly of certain nationalities, can be very reluctant to admit to any that they might be undergoing certain stresses. And I'm very interested to know, and I don't know whether Sandra or Kate or can guide on this, whether actually younger seafarers are more open. I mean, we're seeing that in our culture in the UK, that younger people tend to be more open about those sort of challenges. Is that true in seafaring? I'm not sure, but certainly it's a challenge. And the second thing is, of course, it just reminds us of the importance of when in resilience training for seafarers, it's not just about how they cope with their own resilience, it's how you recognize the signs in others that someone's under stress and strain and how you can effectively support them as a crew. So I think it's a really, really interesting issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Kate or Sandra, you'd like to comment on?
Just to agree really that from our research, we found that younger generation do have much more sense of diversity, inclusion. They don't ask so many questions. It's just an expectation that everybody will be treated the same. They're much more likely to be okay with a female captain. It's not really questioned. So that's been our experience. There is a demographic associated with all of this.
Okay. Sandra, you'd like to comment on this?
Yeah, our research would be the same, really. You know, from what Kate has described, you know, we're the younger generation are far more open to new things and kind of more diverse in their thinking and more inclusive.
Okay. Emanuela, your thoughts towards ESG, diversity, equity, and inclusion with respect to crew welfare?
Well, I do think as an industry, we have made strides, especially when it comes to the diversity of women, the inclusion of women, I should say. Although, yes, we've made some progress, we still have some work to do. I will say, and as everybody is speaking of the younger generation, and they are more open, we also need to start thinking about the LGBTQ+ community that are entering into our industry. And this topic, it comes in with how to work with, obviously, women, how to work into mixed backgrounds, ethnicities, and obviously we have to include the sexes as well, and sexuality, sorry. I do think that in order for us to kind of really be prepared and actually make an impact, we do need to see kind of a culture change within the industry. And this is more of, we do see companies such as Maersk, they've really kind of gotten a handle on the diversity inclusion, and they're really promoting it. So this is just one example of how organizations need to kind of change the culture within our industry when it comes to these topics.
Okay, just to put some fuel, you know, to the fire, I said, I said yesterday we shouldn't consider Maersk being a ship operator. They are a third-party logistics provider, meaning it's something much larger than what a ship operator is. So they have numerous operations in numerous, I think, more than 120 countries now, and it's not your typical ship operator. I fully agree and endorse what you say, but this is not a typical ship operator. So they understand more. That's why they do more.
But we all, so yes, and I completely understand you, and I'm not trying to combat you whatsoever, Apostolos, but I mean, we do need to recognize if the larger companies are doing this and they're doing it right, maybe we should all follow.
Absolutely, absolutely. We expect, I'm always saying, we expect the industry leaders to show the way. I mean, this is their work. So I fully agree with that. I have a topic, because we don't have unlimited amount of time. I have a topic I haven't forgotten. It's about the abandonment cases. We here at SAFETY4SEA are very sensitive about the abandonment. It's a huge issue for us. It's a huge issue for the industry. I understand that there was a lot of underreporting 20 years ago, and I understand that 20 years ago our industry had a totally different tolerance level towards such a substandard practice. I would like to hear your thoughts on where we are today, and what do you think about it? I mean, where we are, what needs to be done? Eve, maybe you would like to comment?
That's not an easy one to go first on, Apostolos.
No,
I'll keep it really brief on when it comes to abandonment of seafarers. I think it is something that deserves the attention that it gets. I think it is something that should not happen anymore in this day and age, totally. I think that the protection there is under the MLC requirements and how the IG certificates of entry cover crew abandonment is something that is really good. And as such, from an IG perspective, I think that is where we see less cases probably than what the reality is of other insurance companies.
Yeah. Andrew? Any thoughts?
Yeah, obviously we deal with quite a few abandonments. We have seen, you know, and the statistics bear this out, an increase in abandonments during the COVID period. There could be a variety of reasons for that, and some of it might have to do with reporting actually. But we have seen increases. Sometimes, particularly in the Middle East and Africa, we've been involved. Often we're supporting the crew practically, but sometimes we're also very much at the heart of the advocacy process as well. I think some of the lessons to be learned are clearly, like everyone else in the panel, this is something which the industry needs to continue to address. And I think there has been, as Eve said, an enhancement in terms of addressing some of those issues. But I think some of the real practical things that we need to take note of, obviously a lot of these, it reminds importance of getting MLC compliance across all countries. That's a key issue because often they're non-MLC country ships which are involved. Secondly, seafarers have to be encouraged to flag up issues at a much earlier stage. Often the flagging up is delayed, and that could be partially because companies you're going to be paid next week, and there are promises that don't materialize. They don't want to scupper the chances of that happening. Also, I think some people feel there may be an element of shame in it, not wanting to admit that they aren't able to bring the wages back they deserve or whatever. So I think there is an issue about flagging up. Who do you flag up to? How do you do it? And of course the fear of blacklisting is there as well. So, and then I think on the ground there needs to be a greater commitment to clear timescales of which resolution need to take place and so on. So it is happening. It does happen. We have seen an increase. Great that the industry is really started to focus and wants to get rid of this thing, but there are some clear issues that need to be resolved in order for that to happen, both in terms of seafarers and in terms of the industry itself.
Absolutely. Anyone else would like to comment? Manalia, yes?
Yep. So I had to go ahead and actually look into the statistics. This is not my area of expertise whatsoever. So I needed to go ahead and do my research. And I looked at the research that was given from RightShip, and basically what we're seeing. So 2021, there were 95 cases for the entire year of crew abandonment cases. In 2022, the first half, we've already seen 74 crew abandonment cases that these are the ones that have been reported. So there could potentially be more. As I kind of went down that rabbit hole in kind of doing the research, I do find the MLC is helpful, but just like Reverend Andrew did say, not every member state has adopted the MLC. So this is where that loophole has kind of arisen. I do feel what could have been okay when the MLC was established for 4 months of pay, what we found is that there's crews still stuck on board. So 4 months of pay is nothing compared to what they could have had. And what we need to remember is that this is a complete humanitarian issue. It's not just about the seafarer. Yes, it is about the seafarer, but they're using this money to pay for their families, sometimes 2 families at home. So we're putting a lot, us as an industry, by kind of taking our, I don't want to be provocative by saying this way, but by taking our time and kind of solving and resolving these issues, we're putting a lot of people at risk for issues. I think a fund should be put in place. If we can't get MLC adoption across the board, every flag state, whatever vessels kind of register on their registries, there should be a fund put in place that the money, if not used, does not go back to the ship owner. As long as the flag has this vessel in its registry, it stays there and it's accumulated and it's used for any case that we may have.
Yeah, absolutely. I would just like, as a quick comment from my end, I'm one of those who would like to voice my concern. MLC is a fine instrument, but it's 20 years old. The discussion around MLC started 20 years ago, formalized back in 2006, entered into force back in 2012. It's a fine instrument, but it needs a review with an open eye, taking into consideration the developments we have, technology-wise, social-wise, generation-wise, and so on and so forth, I think. But as I think Andrew and Emanuela pointed out that there are challenges. Besides, what MLC states, there are challenges, absolutely. Now, given that we don't have unlimited time, my last question I would like to ask you to comment. We would like all of us, and the whole industry should move the discussion forward, should take the issue of the crew welfare forward. I would like to ask you if you could change one thing
that would have either an immediate or a profound impact to move the agenda forward to boost crew welfare across the industry, what would you change and why? That's my last question. I would like to give me your thoughts as a takeaway out of this panel. Andrew.
Yeah, I think I'd have to go back to something I said before. I mean, if you were to ask that question to our teams across the world, I think their premier answer at the moment would undoubtedly be around shore leave. I mean, you know, they talk about a sort of stress epidemic alongside the pandemic. You know, it's very much the way I would describe it. And I think now finding ways of getting crew off ships and encouraging crew off ships, because sometimes now it's seafarer behaviours change. They've got used to using, spending time on board, using the internet on board while they're in port. And so I think it's not just about company policy or local regulation, it's also about crew behaviour. And I think, encouraging them to discover again the pleasures of seeing another community, of going shopping, of spending time in a centre, of seeing other faces and other people, that can be a transformational thing for mental health. So I do think, I think anything that the industry can do to support seafarers and encourage them to spend time off the ship, that would be, and anything indeed we as welfare providers can do to support that, making sure our centres are safe, providing the right sort of transport systems, connecting people with local communities, etc. I think that's going to be one of the great things going forward. And now, something like 89% of seafarers are vaccinated, which is really, really encouraging statistic. We ought to be in a position to do that now.
Yeah, Kate, your thoughts?
Because I can't use shore leave now, because Andrew's very well spoken on that one, but I totally agree that's really important. Mine would be getting shipping companies and charterers to really get behind their seafarers, spend much more time looking at the welfare issues that they face, which would include shore leave, but all the other things that are needed. And I think some of this is down to how the leadership teams on board and on shore are working together, and how they can work with their seafarers to support them more. So sometimes there might be training issues around that, in order to help people understand some of the issues and how they can best support people, whether that's mental health training or just furthering some of the helm leadership areas in the human factors. But really putting some adequate thought into what makes people happier, what makes them safer in the long run. Andrew talked about happy ship is a safe ship, and that's very, very true. So the leadership part for me is really important, and how we can get that right.
Okay, Steve?
I was trying to think about a few points, and I don't want to mention them all. Kate did me the favor of mentioning one that I wanted to say. I think I will focus on key worker status for this. I think this is something that sorry, Sandra. I think this is really important, and if this can be properly implemented across the world, that would help a lot of different issues. Not just the shore leave side, that is one of it, but also the signing on and off of seafarers, being able to get through and on board of a ship without being treated like a criminal on your way through immigration. I think those are some points that would really help the seafarer to get on board and not be totally exhausted.
Okay, thank you. Mariangela.
Well, so mine was taken, but I think helping companies change the culture within their companies, kind of push forward the agenda of diversity and inclusivity, not just for women, but for other groups as well. This is something that's kind of really close to myself, as well as it's it kind of just needs to be done, and it's time for it. So helping companies with culture and just changing the viewpoints and culture of the industry.
Okay, thank you. And Sandra?
I'd really encourage companies to actively support health promotion activities. I think these can be very cost-effective and cause minimal disruption to what companies are doing and the work that they're doing. But actually the payoffs would be significant, and you'd see a significant improvement in the lives of seafarers and in the work that they carry out and the quality of work that they carry out for companies. And so for me, you'd see better retention of staff and easier recruitment, and really just a win-win situation for all.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank you all very much. I would like to thank you for the points contributed to the discussion. I would like to thank you for keeping in time. And I would like to thank our viewers. Stay tuned. We have a presentation coming up on container fires, and then we're moving to a spotlight on maritime security with the last panel of the day. Thank you very much and stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this presentation by Safety Tech Accelerator regarding loss prevention and focused on container fires and technology applications to assist with the detection and prevention of further loss caused by container fires. My name is Rich McLoughlin and I'm the head of maritime engagement here at the Safety Tech Accelerator. We are a non-profit established by Lloyd's Register and the Lloyd's Register Foundation. And the Lloyd's Register Foundation is a global charity with a mission to make the world a safer place. The establishment of the accelerator has been created to focus our efforts on bringing technologies into maritime and other industries to assist in the areas of safety and risk. And we believe that we're one of the, quite a unique technology accelerator, particularly in the maritime space for this. And the way that we work is that we are challenge focused. We work with clients and technology, cutting edge technology companies to focus on those safety and risk challenges. Since we've been in operation, our focus has generally been around the 6 technologies that you see on the top right of the screen there. And basically looking at what data we have, the aggregation of that data, trying to draw meaning and insight and better use of that data. We also have worked with technologies and continue to explore how AI can have an impact on safety and risk, how particularly visual analytics, so the use of a camera and the imagery coupled with AI and machine learning in the background can help us to detect safety incidents that's happening and also to act in real time to prevent those incidences. Other technologies around augmented reality and virtual reality. Virtual reality specifically about having an expert in the room, about dealing with particular issues and getting expert advice in real time, and perhaps access to information such as drawings, etc. And virtual reality to help people in a training environment generally. With sensor technology increasing and in sophistication and the cost of those sensors coming down, the application of different sensor types in a maritime environment is of course of interest. Those sensors could be applied to equipment, components, the asset itself, but also to the people through wearable technology so that we understand the condition that they are in and the environment that they are in. Drones and robots as technologies to provide extra information that we couldn't get from a specific point of view, or to do inspections, robots to access dangerous spaces, keeping people out of the way and safe. So in general, we believe that this technology can really make things safer, less risky and more sustainable. But there are of course barriers for adoption, but we see that through an open innovation approach with industry partners, that this is one way to unlock and prove that this technology has a place in maritime. That's, in a nutshell, the process that we go through, having focused on a particular challenge where we understand technology can make an impact, designing a technology brief, searching for technologies that will fulfill that brief, doing the necessary due diligence, vetting, and helping to showcase and select those technologies for pilot and evaluation. So the loss challenge that we face has been well documented over recent times, and is a serious industry challenge. Perhaps the roots of that challenge are found within cargo non-declaration, or indeed or misdeclaration of those cargoes. And so the efforts to try to understand why that is happening, the risks involved are ongoing, and again involve technology to look at cargo manifests and patterns within the logistics chain. But ultimately it is difficult to validate those cargoes. The screening processes are time consuming, and obviously the global supply chain relies on efficiency and throughput of containers at ports onto ships. The ships themselves are also posing a challenge in terms of the scale of the losses that can occur due to cargo fire. The size of the vessels, the stack height, the access to containers, both on deck and within cargo holds, is significant. The onboard equipment may not necessarily be suitable for dealing with the large fires, and particularly where we have the propagation of fires, the spread of fires that then cause a stack collapse. That equipment, the training that goes to the crew on board about how to deal with those fires, contain those fires, is also an area where there can be improvement. So significant challenges, and we see really that technology has a role to play in the early fire detection and the firefighting approaches used to restrict the loss and prevent certainly the total loss of the vessel. So the technologies around thermal imaging and visual analytics for looking really at that early stage of fire detection before we get the earliest advance notice to allow crews to respond. Where could that technology be used? Is it suitable? Could we apply this technology that's used elsewhere within the cargo holds or within the areas around the container structure? What would be suitable? As I mentioned, those types of sensors that we could use. Are we able to use self-configuring networks, if you like, perhaps linking with sensors in a container so that we get that early pinpointing of a temperature rise or emissions of smoke? We've done some studies on this, and certainly it's an area that we think we can improve to enable to get a more rapid response to deal with a container fire within a cargo hold or in a stack structure. Other technologies that, of course, could come into that, particularly in getting that quick response, could be the use of drones, used as an autonomous first responder to allow a rapid sort of understanding of the scene, of the extent of the fire, and where it is, providing some strategy for the firefighters or for the deployment of boundary cooling. That hotspot location, of course, may shift during a fire, and the awareness then of where to redirect efforts, depending on the conditions that are again perhaps being monitored by a drone. Drones also can carry payload, whether that's a VHF radio or something larger, to perhaps assist with firefighting efforts. So some opportunities there. Also, if we think about autonomous operation of fire equipment, automatic response, particularly again coupled with sensor technology that allows the direction of firefighting medium to the most suitable location. That location could, of course, be inside a container. So what technologies can we do to get safe access into the container? Again, we have a challenge here with the stack heights and the accessibilities. So could there be a robot solution to look at deploying this, the firefighting medium higher up in the stack? Collaborative robots perhaps could help firefighters move equipment that is needed around the space. And this equipment may increase in size. If we're thinking about getting a firefighting medium higher up or further across, distancing the firefighters from a fire, the use potentially of exoskeletons could assist in the firefighters being able to do so. And as I mentioned before, again, the use of augmented reality, that on-scene fire command, to allow firefighters, maybe shore-based or experts, to help direct the onboard crew to deal with the fire, would certainly be something there. Again, fed perhaps by real-time data from drones or sensors on board the asset. The virtual reality aspects, again, coming in to provide advanced training for shipboard staff. So I hope that's given you a little bit of an insight about where we understand technology can help with container fires and the prevention of loss. The accelerator is engaging with industry on safety tech advisory, undertaking searches, working with clients on a particular fire safety challenge, and also working on a broader initiative with cargo to tackle cargo ship fires with key industry partners. So if you found this useful and are keen to learn more, then please get in touch with us at the Safety Tech Accelerator. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, all around the world. This is another SAFETY4SEA Virtual Forum, and I have been honored by the organizers to be here with you and present to you as far as security risk is concerned, and in particular about drugs smuggling. You may appreciate that drugs trafficking lately has been increased in an alarming rate, and these are some examples that we understand that drug trafficking has been increasing from the global seizures of drugs. So you can say that everything goes up. We have more than 200 million global users of drugs, and as you can see, the whole quantities seized the last years have been increased as well. So you can see only the port of Antwerp, which is considered to be the entrance point to Europe from especially South American ports that actually send drugs to Europe. The seizures that have been increased dramatically. So where do the drugs come from, and where do they go? Well, depending on the drugs, let's say, kind. So on your left, you will see that South America, unfortunately, is a huge world drug manufacturer, and from all around, let's say, South America, and especially from Brazil, Peru, Venezuela, Colombia, and of course Central America, Guatemala, and Mexico, vast drug quantities are being shipped around the world. And they go mainly, if you go to, as you can see, they go mainly to Europe and the United States, that are the biggest drugs consumers. Lately, also countries in Southeast Asia and Australia have noticed that the drug abuse is increasing as well. You may appreciate that most of this kind of drug trafficking is either for cocaine or methamphetamines. You can see at the last picture below how it goes around all around the world. So how do cartels, let's say, or drug traffickers actually ship their drug shipment? So first of all, they do it by land, but this during the latest year has become more difficult. Why? Let's say that in America, you can see, in the United States of America, you can see that the big fences that have been built, and also those kind of fences are being built in Europe as well, and other countries. Of course, drug trafficking by land, sometimes the quantities trying to pass by are limited, and of course, due to terrorism and the refugees situation, the border authorities, the border officers, customs, police, even the military have become more vigilant. So yes, drugs still come from land, but in a declining, let's say, way. Another way to transport drugs is by air, but since 2020, due to COVID-19 pandemic, flight numbers have deteriorated, and of course has become, again, due to counter-terrorism measures and vigilance of the authorities, very difficult to go through the airport. Of course, you understand that drug trafficking by air means that limited quantities of drugs can pass. And of course, the handiest way, the easiest way, the best way for cartels to traffic their drugs is by sea. Why? Because they can load, let's say, large quantities of drugs on board ships. Well, there are many places to hide. The ports that the ships call are close to production sites. Therefore, the transportation from the production site to the ship is not that difficult. And of course, ships didn't stop during the pandemic, and there are many options on how and where to hide drugs on board. So this is, in this slide, you will see where drugs have been found. So you can see that there are many places to hide drugs on board, even in the accommodation, in the captain's cabin, let's say, or at the funnel. Of course, the containers are very prone, let's say, to be used as ways to traffic drugs. And this is an alarming trend because cartels and drug traffickers have found ways to compromise the security locks of the containers and even to break them and make identical ones. And of course, it's very difficult to check what is in every container. Of course, other places that drugs can be hidden is at the propeller, at the engine room. Then you have those torpedoes that container kind torpedoes that actually are attached to the vessel at the hull, and when the vessel approaches the discharging port, these are taken away. As you can see that the drugs can be found in water inlets, etc. There are unlimited places to hide drugs on board the ship and to hide many vast quantities of drugs. So what to do? You as crew members being on board ship, first of all, crew awareness is the most important thing, and regular crew meetings and conference on drug smuggling should be held, and of course there should be guidance on board on how to prevent drug smuggling. Warning posters, you know, all this information should be visible around the vessel, so all the crew members at any time they can have time to go through them and appreciate what's going on. Of course, nowadays we have the whistleblowing policies and the hotline for crew to call with information, and this should be also somewhere visible. So again, all the crew members to know what to do and where to find it. Of course, crew members are always advised before going ashore regarding the possibility of persons attempting to befriend them and persuade them to cooperate in smuggling drugs on board. So never bring anything on board that has been given to you by a stranger. Guidance will be provided regarding colleagues acting strangely. You see somebody on board, you know, doing suspicious things, to appear very nervous, to attending parts of the ships when it is not necessary for him to be, and in possession of large sums of cash or sometimes expensive clothing, expensive watches, or expensive electronic equipment. Of course, regular checks have to be conducted on crew accommodation, storerooms, and random checks of crew. Lockers and drawers, of course, unfortunately, sometimes to open personal lockers and drawers is a necessary activity. So, before arriving in port, the vessel has to contact the port authorities for the latest information and liaise with the port agent in order to be advised on the latest, information and the latest drug activities in the area. At port or on anchor, you have to take every possible precaution, limit access, secure all non-working areas, and be alerted for trespasses, report anything suspicious. Of course, a watchman has to be around. The gangway has to be raised when no loading activity is going on. And of course, you know that the agent provides the stevedores list to the crew members in order to know who is coming on board. So you have to be vigilant, and you have always to check the names of the people who come on board against the list provided by the agent. Be vigilant. This is my advice, and this is advice for everybody as far as drugs smuggling is concerned, because if drugs are found on board, a saga, let's say, for the crew commences. So depending on the port you go, you may find yourselves in jail even though you have nothing to do with that, and it is very, very difficult to be repatriated. And the vessel will be fined and most probably detained. So there are both economical, let's say, consequences, but also personal, and which is the most important for the crew members. So, what to do? Lighting the deck, and especially during night, and the whole vessel should be well lit in order to be able for the watchman and the officer on duty to see what's going on board. And this, you know, lighting sometimes does not allow people to come on board and actually discourage them to approach this particular vessel. Nowadays, CCTVs and cameras are placed around the vessel, which is a very, very handy piece of equipment to monitor what's going on board. Another good practice, let's say, is to employ guards, shore guards, to be around as watchmen at the gangway or patrolling around the vessel. Of course, sometimes those guards may be employed by the cartels, so those guys have to be monitored very carefully as well. Of course, you have to do searches, random searches to people that look suspicious, or, you know, randomly open, you know, the various storerooms, etc. That of course you have them locked, but there are always ways to open them, so and search for any suspicious packages. We recommend that just before departure, maybe even 15 minutes or half an hour before departure, to have an underwater inspection, to have divers going and seeing if there are those torpedo containers, let's say, attached to the vessel's hull. Once the vessel leaves the port, another inspection, very thorough and vigilant, has to take place in order to make sure that the vessel is free of drugs. And of course, upon leaving, you have to be alerted on small crafts that may approach you, because, you know, when leaving the port, you go with a very slow, let's say, speed until the vessel goes to the open seas, and then is a very good time for drug smugglers to approach the vessel with small crafts and attach packages on board or try other things. So be very, very vigilant for small crafts approaching you when leaving the port or steaming slow speed. So if drugs are discovered on board, you have to inform the master immediately. The master has to advise all the authorities, customs, police, the office, of course. As a good practice, do not touch the drugs, secure the area around, don't let anybody to approach. If drugs needed to be handled, use protection, because you do not know what kind of drugs there are, and maybe it's bad for the health. Keep records, take photos, and the more you write, the more you record, and the more enhanced is your report, the easier it will be for the authorities to find out what's going on. And this shows also how much cooperative you are. You have to be cooperative with the authorities in order to make your lives easier and the vessel to leave as soon as possible from the port. You may appreciate that this is a very, let's say, small presentation. This is a huge issue, and you may be aware of certain vessels being detained in various parts of the world. And unfortunately, what happens is that the crew members actually tend to be the scapegoat. Of course, there are cases where crew members actually assisted the drug traffickers to do that, but those cases are limited. In most of the cases, the vessel, the crew members had no idea the drugs were on board and found themselves in a very, very awkward and very difficult situation for them, especially the captains and officers being dragged to jail and spending there a couple of months or more before everything gets clear and they are, let's say, allowed to live. So I would say always be vigilant, never ever bring things on board, and especially when you go to ports that are known for the drug trafficking activity, to follow 100% your ISPS and your ISM policies, checklists, and in order to make sure that no illegal substances will come on board and for you to become drug traffickers without knowing it. So thank you very much for your attention, and you can see more in our site. And of course, the UK P&I Club has, and especially the loss prevention, has a department called Signum, which actually deals with these things, and we are open for you for any information, for any inquiries. Thank you again.
Welcome to the last but not least panel of this 2022 SAFETY4SEA Forum. In this panel, after a spotlight presentation on maritime security by Konstantinos Karavasilis, we will be discussing about the topic of maritime security. The shipping industry has announced its plan to formally end the high-risk area. I think that's the top of our discussion. We'll start with that item at the end of this year, which signals a significantly improved para situation in the Indian Ocean. Furthermore, IMB has received the lowest number of reported incidents for the first half of any year since 1994, highlighting, though, that the areas of risk shift and the shipping community must remain vigilant at all times. We would like to discuss key challenges and alarming trends of maritime security, lessons learned, overview of the maritime security framework, and of course the high-risk area withdrawal, and would like to discuss and find out how we may improve transparency and incident reporting. There are a lot of discussions, not today, but over the course of years, about underreporting of security incidents. So in order to have this meaningful discussion, we have assembled a panel, a rounded panel of experts. Let me introduce them to you in alphabetical order. We have Captain Akshat Arora. Akshat is the senior surveyor with loss prevention department of the Standard Club. We have Sirak Bahri. Sirak is an ex-seafarer acting as an international operations manager with this one, a well-known and established charity. We have Lieutenant Commander Diego Canovas. Diego is a familiar face for those who are following SAFETY4SEA. He is interagency and shipping advisor coordinator for the European Union Naval Force Operation Atalanta, Eagle NAVFOR Atalanta, if you didn't catch the phrase. We have Henrik Els Krach, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Risk Intelligence. Nikos Georgopoulos, who is the Chief Business Development Officer of the Diablos Group, a security service provider. And we have Mark Sutcliffe. Mark is the Managing Director of CSO Alliance. I would like to welcome you all into this panel, and I would like to start right away our discussion. I would like to ask your thoughts regarding the withdrawal of the high-risk area, which I think we all agree is the key development with respect to maritime security over the course of the last year. Nikos, let me have your thoughts.
Hello, Apostolos, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to discuss these items. I'll go straight to the issue. We are all aware that key maritime industry bodies decided to declassify the high-risk area of the Indian Ocean. We believe that this decision was taken in account only the successful suppression of piracy and not the elimination of piracy, and among other threats that we believe that exist in the area. By changing the name of the area, of an area, doesn't mean that you take out also the problem of the area. So we strongly believe that this decision may lead in the wrong decisions, and that's why we want to raise the red flag for this, for the outcome. The area has other threats besides piracy, which is suppressed. Nothing we can tell about it, but it's also terrorism. It is geopolitical conflicts in the area. We have seen state-to-state tension. We have seen anti-ship missiles. We have seen explosives. We've seen several incidents happening in the area. So we believe that a risk still exists. And if we go back a little bit to the theory of the risk management, a threat is not only an action. A threat could be a capability or an intention. So according to that, we still believe that there is some kind of risk in the area.
Okay, thank you very much, Nikos. Mark, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think first off, if you sit in the sort of seats of the merchant marine, there are new forms of impact on seafarers. There's remote-controlled boats, bombs, one-way aerial vehicles exploding, there's anti-ship missiles, naval mines at play. So, but I think the kind of key challenge is now a false sense of security, because if you think of the threats in the region, we've still got the concern of the Yemen ceasefire. We've got the Puntland and Somali elections towards the end of the year. No one quite knows how those are going to work out. Potentially, there's this Somali fractionalization between the federal member states and the federal government. Overlay that with drought, the forever kind of Iran, US, Israel tensions. There's a Mozambique insurgency, there's Tigray and Ethiopia kicking off that could spill over, and the Kenya and Somali border delineation, which the Somali seems to be winning. So all those issues are still there. The risk of piracy is still there, but the key issue is the intent. And I think back in the day when it used to be cigarettes fizzing across the sea, it's about $50,000 to $100,000 to get a pirate out to sea in about 2 days. So that's there. And then the final thing is, I'm really worried about the floating arms. There's a sort of a very fragile supply chain, which we can talk about later. So yes, issues and concerns are still there, even though the area is smaller. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Henrik, your thoughts?
Thanks, Apo. Well, you can say the HRA was established due to the piracy threat 12 years ago. Three elements have reduced the threat of piracy. The first one is the change in local environments, which is directly aimed at motivation for those that did piracy. There's capacity building, there's increased naval capacity, coast guards. Second thing was the ability of grey hulls, that is international navies that were patrolling the area. And they are still in place in the Indian Ocean, in the Gulf of Aden. There's still a response capacity available. And the last thing was the industry engagement. And I would not sort of diminish that. It's the most important element. The use of voyage risk assessments, the use of best management practices, mitigating vulnerability of transits and ships. That's the main factor. Now, incident statistics speaks its own language. There is no reason for keeping an HRA in that particular area when there are several other areas around the world that might have even bigger issues. But I do concur and agree to the two former speakers. It's not like there's a difference from 31st of December to the 1st of January. There is an ongoing military conflict in the region, and there are still a lot of threats when you transit the area. Thanks.
Thank you. Capt.
Well, thank you, Apostolos, for giving me this opportunity. I would concur with my previous speakers, previous panelists. The threat is very much there, and there's no room of complacency. The geopolitical situation still remains quite fluid. And most of the piracy incidents, they stem from the land, and there's still a lot of political and political instability or geopolitical instability on the land. Quite recently, the truce between the Houthi rebels failed, and it's not going to go ahead. So that is one element. We are still seeing land-based attacks on Somali, so that is there as well. So the risk very much exists. And the need of maintaining due diligence still remains there. Now, talking specifically from the terms of insurance, I would like to mention that even though the industry organizations have decided to get rid of the high-risk area, there is still, for the moment, there has not been any decision from the Lloyd's Maritime Association in terms of the JWC listed area. So the additional war risk premium for the war risk insurers perspective still remains there, and as a part of the due diligence measures where the war risk insurers probably might be needing certain elements to be established before the transit, like BMP measures or whatever additional protection measures that needs to be established will still be there.
Okay, Diego.
Thank you very much, Apostolos, dear colleagues. So first of all, UNAFOR Atalanta does not have any special position to the abolishment of the high-risk area. It's not related to our mandate. But one said, I must say that we understand the reason why the shipping industry started this process. Okay, first the complaint from some coastal state, namely Kenya. In this occasion, before that it was India, Egypt, Oman for the previous reduce of the high risk area. But above all, I would like to point the question is at what a risk is. So the risk is variable. It's absolutely variable. So the high risk area was wrongly named from the very beginning in 2010. So so the risk depends on your action. So there is no risk for a cruiser making 25 knots or 28 knots with 22 meters of freeboard. So the point is that the point is the threat, okay? And the shipping industry hasn't denied the system of the threat. Indeed, in the same announcement, they said, the International Chamber of Shipping said, okay, well, there is no high risk area anymore, but still we recommend to implement still BMP, to best management practice, which implies sea protection measure. So we should clarify the reasons why that in order to avoid any misunderstanding and misleading to a wrong perception that at the end will take us to observe traffic closer to the coastline with no sea protection measure, increasing the vulnerability and also increasing the opportunity. So far, we haven't observed any significant decline in the use of private armed security teams or registration or sea protection measure. You know that in MSC HOA, we keep a very good registration scheme. So more than around 85% of vessels transiting across the Gulf of Aden registered to us. Finally, okay, so what I am now proposing for next shade, 50 shade, is the implication of the abolishment of the high risk area. So the international recommended transit corridor, convoy regime, group transit. So are they related to this? The mandate of the international navies? Are they going to continue on in the area? So these are important questions that we are putting on the table in shade in Bahrain on the 16th and 17th of November.
Okay, thank you, Diego. Chirag.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think as an international charity, we are concerned for on the welfare and well-being of seafarers. A number of seafarers who have been crossing the high-risk areas, they have always been on a stress level. By removing the high-risk areas, I'm sure the industry would have thought about it differently. But at the same time, what my previous panelists have raised, the issues around the threats perception still there in that region. The attacks or the geopolitical region in that countries around Somalia, they still are vulnerable to issues of threats and other issues, the contraband and things like, charcoal tradings and illegal stuff, which are still very much prevalent in those waters. Now in those circumstances, if the seafarers put off their guards, will that become, they need not be complacent at all. And that's what our messages will definitely go out to the seafarers over there. Ships trading closer to the waters of Somalia is some concern, which might again motivate or encourage the pirates to go back into these kind of actions and take ships hostage, seafarers as hostages. And we do not know how this develops on that. We have to see. But I'm sure that as a charity, our messaging is all around, that seafarers need not be complacent. They must follow all the best management practice, irrespective of whether the high-risk area exists or do not exist, and continue to follow the company's procedures and follow the reporting pattern. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to just a quick comment. I understand what you're saying, but the point is just, playing on the devil's advocate side. The reason that, the international attention was attracted in the area, it was not because of the hostages, not because of what was happening with the hijackings, but due to the fact that an ocean-going ship, a large one, Maran Centaurus, specifically a VLCC, was taken as a hostage along with the crew for a period of approximately 90 days. Maybe it was 80, 90, I don't know. But the point is, that was an international, case that attracted our attention over there. That happened late 2008, and I think Operation Atalanta was there early 2009. More or less, these were the dates. The point is that we don't have any sort of high-level incidents. Actually, we don't have any sort of incidents. I mean, of that magnitude, of that, let's say, nature, to put it in a sense. I understand what you're saying, but we have to also consider that we haven't seen any sort of escalation. Actually, we've seen de-escalation for a number of years, and I think there was a lot of rumors around industry insiders. Should we keep the area over there? Because it doesn't make sense. I'm just saying, I fully understand what we are talking here, but there's also the other side that we don't see any sort of high-level incidents. Nikos.
Apostolos, coming back to what you said, we have to think a little bit. What was the reason of this suppression of piracy and the fact that we don't see this kind of incidents?
Absolutely, absolutely. You are absolutely correct. Absolutely. I'm just saying, the people perception towards what we discuss is, yes, I fully agree with you because I have an understanding of what happened over there and what happens across the industry. The point is, the public opinion is not prepared, let's say. They do not understand what may be happening on a lower level. It's a boiling situation over there. I fully agree with what Mark said. These are valid points, absolutely. I'm just saying we haven't seen escalation. This is what I'm just saying. So that's I'm not saying these are not valid. I'm just saying these are, absolutely valid points, but, public opinion is not sharing our thoughts. Diego, yes.
Yes, just very briefly. So, okay, it is out of question, Apostolos and dear colleagues, that the drivers are there still. So it is quite clear because of the evidence that if they have the opportunity, they have the capability, and then the intent will increase. So we have an incident last year with motor vessel Anatolian. Okay, so you put a vessel at very low speed, 2.5 nautical miles off the coast, and you will see then. So this is a fact. But I think that the debate around the high risk area should be serious. So okay, so it about risk and threat, and about perception. We have to increase our education efforts, our StratCom, in order to keep the tension in the seafarers. You need a risk assessment still, and you need to take into account the threat assessment provided by you by naval forces, private entities, and the global shipping industry. So that's the point at the end.
Okay. Now I'd like to, my next topic, continuing on what we had started to discuss here, do you see any other threats in the wider Indian Ocean area? Mark touched upon earlier on. I would like to hear your thoughts. Mark, if you would like to elaborate maybe a little bit further, other risks, yes, we have the, high risk area with Rome. That's okay. The risks are there. What sort of other developments you see in the area?
Yeah, no, I think it's really important, just a few statistics. In 2011, there were 237 incidents against the merchant marine. That's why the high risk area came into being. 2018 was the last reported merchant marine vessel attacked. 2019, the last recorded incident, the fishing dhow attacked off the south central coast of Somalia. But I think it's recognized the merchant marine ships are being still attacked in recent instances. But in essence, I think they're collateral damage of a wider conflict. And there are really tensions between the flag state, which we all recognize in shipping, the ownership of the ship, and the cargo ownership. And I think the problem we've got is, and we've seen evidence in the Mercer Street, where Israeli owned, or you might be supporting the Saudi coalition war effort, or occasionally even some Greek ship owners have been hammered. And so the techniques and the modes of the attack that I mentioned earlier, they're evolving, and we need to be vigilant. So I think a couple of things, we've got to be really clear. Vitally, we've got to have clear rules of engagement. Currently, we can't have the military an incident of a ship in a Filipino chat room where one of the crews got, hey bro, look what happened to my ship today. We've got to get a much better relationship between seafarers, captains, CSOs, military, and the intelligence community such as NBRIC. And I think finally, that's where the coalitions work. Things like the International Maritime Security Construct, that's 10 nations working against Iran. So I think we're evolving as an industry. As the threat evolves, we're evolving.
Yeah, absolutely. Henrik, your thoughts?
Thank you. I concur to what we've seen. We have registered for the last 3 years, that's since 2019, 15 suspicious approaches. That's all. And a suspicious approach can be discussed whether it is. There's a lot of omitted incidents on our list, meaning that we actually don't see them as anything related just remotely to piracy, but more to a pattern of light smuggling, something else that happens. Now, I think we should touch upon what Nikos initially said. He mentioned 3 things: opportunity, capacity, and motivation. And there is no opportunity for any piracy as it is right now. And there isn't any motivation because they earn their money on other illicit trades in the area. But the capacity, as mentioned by several, is still there. Any search that we would see in piracy would quickly be identified by the industry and adhered to. But I would touch upon other things. There are other conflicts. There are the conflict in Yemen. There's the conflict in Sudan. There's a failed state still in Somalia. And not least, or just recently mentioned as well, the Iran, Saudi, US, UAE conflict, not only in the Persian Gulf, but also in the Indian Ocean, in the Gulf of Oman, and in the Red Sea, and potentially also in the Mediterranean. So there's plenty of other conflicts to actually be aware of. And that's, I'll leave it with that. Thanks.
Okay. Accept.
Yeah, I think the previous panelists have covered near about all the points. I'll just add one additional thing, and that is in relation to the latest US MARAD advisory that was published a month back, and that highlights about the GPS spoofing incidents and alerts about the AIS infiltration sort of attempts that probably might be going on within the Red Sea, Mediterranean, as well as the Persian Gulf, which very much resonates with the heightened tensions in the region, which has been highlighted by the previous panelists. So even though we are not covering the cybersecurity aspect, but then it as a different threat, this is very much over there, and this is a boil-off from the physical threat or the tensions within the region.
Okay, Diego?
Yeah, thank you. So, well, I concur with all our colleagues. Indeed, since the last incident, last piracy-related event in 2019, it was after 1 month after the Transport Authority of UNAFOR headquartered from Northwood into Rota, and we responded in a very positive way. So we have seen a change in the scenario. That's correct. So we have seen input mines. We have seen incident related to the regional context, focused on a very specific national interest. That's the case of Israel and Iran. We have seen the use of a manned vehicle, skips. We have seen, a manned aerial system in the case of Mercer Street. So I think we are now in a more complex maritime security scenario if we consider the threat. Also, the region is evolving. Okay, so we are transiting to a post-piracy scenario, the so-called post-piracy scenario with new approaches. So UNAFOR is taking a broader mandate from next year, so the mandate will be extended. So still we have, of course, reports of approaches, but I can count events as all those included in the industrial releasable threat bulletin. So we have a lot of approaches, but indeed there are not many industrial releasable threat bulletin. So the case for the yacht, the sailing yacht Lakota, the UMB, so not many of them. But of course, the opportunity is what we have to keep at low level. Anyway, so we assume that all illicit activities, most of them are linked the kingpins, the piracy networks, they are now focused on all their activities, weapons trafficking, narcotics. So there is an increase, a clear increase of narcotics smuggling after the rise of the Taliban to the power in Afghanistan. That's quite clear. So we are transiting to a new scenario, but still keeping piracy. I think the international navy should remain there, and also we should broaden our perspective, our approach. Of course, the new area is not so new. The new niche is capacity building, and now there is an increase in the effort in capacity building.
Okay, thank you, Diego. Chirag, your thoughts?
Yeah. I think we have seen the reports been submitted by the IAB and also with the IFC IOR, and in which they mentioned about the contraband smuggling incidents, which are still on the rise. Around 173 incidents been recorded, about fuel smuggling and domestic products and contraband smuggling out there. Seafarers have been targeted on different vessels, and sadly, in some cases, a seafarer has also died, which is very, very unfortunate. And we should have no tolerance policy around, injuries or any kind of things about the seafarers issues are there. And vessels are boarded, even if for petty thefts or pirates or the armed robbers have taken away cash, belongings, and all that stuff. Even that puts a lot of traumatic ordeal for the seafarers on board. So I think that threats are emerging across it. And I think if you look at the map of the globe, you will, and you try to put the hotspots around, and you will see the majority of the areas around Persian Gulf, and what our learned panelists have already mentioned. I don't want to repeat again. There are a lot of concerns around where does a seafarer finds itself safer to go to, and there are always concerns, and I think this has become a kind of permanent for them to keep on, doing their risk assessments and follow the best management practices whenever they are on ships now. Thank you.
Henry, would you like to comment?
Yeah, my comment is just to mention one thing. I think it's important to set the setting. Risk and threat are two different things. Risk is a combination of threat and vulnerability. And it's important to understand that the threats in this region does not apply to all ships transiting or operating in the area. And the majority of the conflicts that I mentioned has no intention or no motivation for involving the merchant fleet. But that doesn't rule out the risk of collateral damage. And that is what every operator in the region should look out for. Thank you.
Yeah. Nikos, your thoughts?
Yes. If someone reads the recent outcome of the UN Security Council about the situation in Somalia and the high-risk area, it's mentioned there that now the Somali government, the Somali authorities should be given the opportunity to protect their own territorial waters. And this is, in this concept, the whole decision was based. So I think we all agree that the Somali authorities has not yet the capability to protect the territorial waters. So if we believe that there is a capability there is no one that can really help the vessels and the seafarers in the area. We might not see attacks like it used to be in the past, hijacking, as you said, the whole vessel and kept it for 3 or 6 months, because there is no capability for that there. But the capability, we might see exporting ideas from the other part of Africa, like hijacking or kidnapping the seafarers and ask for ransom, which requires a less operational capacity. And if we take out the mitigating measures that we implement for the moment, and this is the main reason why the piracy, the typical piracy has been suppressed, then we might see this kind of attacks. Now, regarding the other conflicts in the area, I think we are seeing something different, and we are facing something different, like drone attacks. So there is some capability in the area, or the mines, the sea mines, and we are like the stakeholders of having the assignment to protect the vessels. We should adapt our operational procedures in order to be able to act against these kind of actions. So I think this is other threats and new threats that we see in the area.
Okay, thank you. Now I would like our group to shift our attention to West Africa with respect to maritime security developments over there. What are your thoughts, Henrik?
Thank you. Well, West Africa is a completely different animal, and the threats in West Africa is mainly related to the issues related to Nigeria and their lack of capacity to actually patrol and maintain their waters safe. Now, we have seen a notable decrease in attacks over the last couple of years, and likewise the number of kidnapped for ransoms. This is mainly, as we see it, because the pirates are occupied elsewhere. They are occupied in a larger scheme of operation, and they are mainly occupied on land right now. We don't see that the situation in the Delta has changed significantly. So all the reasons for piracy remains in place. And it's not subsistence piracy. It's not people that need to go out there. It's people that are paid to go out there. They know about operating ships. They know about the operating at sea. And then what I would say is that I don't expect that this will change in the short period of time. There will still be a need for being very careful when transiting the Gulf of Guinea towards and from Nigeria. And I need to say that to my best knowledge, Nigeria has much bigger internal issues, and therefore they will have to prioritize their resources. So I don't think that we should see that Nigeria itself will do much to improve the situation at sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. It was a very fine and brief, let's say, roundup of what is happening. Akshat, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Henrik has summed it very well. So going through some of the media reports, I would say that there have been sayings that the Nigeria's Deep Blue project has been a success, but I think it's too premature to come to that sort of a conclusion. I would still say that even though there has been a decline, but the latest IMB report very well says that there is no room of complacency. Good thing in the silver lining from the media reports that I've seen is that the EU has decided to extend its stay within those waters till February 2024. So in that way, there is some positive development, but the concern, as highlighted by Henrik, is very much there. More so, I mean, the main issue, like I said before, is the land-based issue, and the economic disparity has been driving the youngsters, the youth, into the sea and getting into all these ventures. Post-COVID-19, the after effects, especially in the poorer segments of the society, we are seeing a lot of it. And if this is combined with the lack of enforcement, then there is a risk or there is a threat of surge of the incidents again. So far, like I said, there is that positive development of EU extending its stay within those waters. So that is the only silver lining that I see over there.
Thank you, Akshat. Diego.
Yeah, of course, the situation in West Africa is quite different from that in the Indian Ocean. But let me establish a parallel. Okay, Nigeria is not the problem, it's the solution. Equally, Somalia is not the problem, it's the solution. So Nigeria is playing a very important role, a stronger role now. The project, okay, that's the Deep Blue, as has been already mentioned by one of the colleagues. Well, so at the end, so if the situation inside Nigeria becomes more and more stable, the maritime security regarding piracy will improve more and more. So also at the regional level, so we have seen a transfer agreement signed in ECOWAS, the domestication of piracy in criminal codes internally. So there have been a lot of advances, progress in West Africa. Hopefully they will keep on to improve the situation, and they will keep piracy at low level, or they will be suppressed at the end. So they have to overcome the reluctancy of seeing, sometimes it is my perception, international navies deployed in the area. They are there to support coastal state. They are there to support Nigeria. and not to question any sovereignty of the coastal state. This is one of the important points for me. Sometimes I see Nigeria in international fora claiming for sovereignty and never is questioning the sovereignty of Nigeria or any other state. I think they have made progress, Apostolos and the others.
Okay, thank you. Siraj.
Yeah, no, I think the reduction in the incidents of West Africa and especially of Gulf of Guinea is very welcome as part of the seafaring issues are concerned. No doubt in that. And that's also the lot of, weightage needs to go to the international cooperation which is going on around the Deep Blue projects and also the Shade Gulf of Guinea which has been set up and various other such forums who are working together to increase the maritime domain awareness and perhaps there's a way out to that, and that's what previous colleague mentioned about that Nigeria is the solution. And I'm sure that such steps does counts in when you look at that larger picture of so much of traumatic ordeal. Because I just remember the last year I was dealing at the same time I was dealing with case of 3 Indian seafarers. A couple of them were shot. And one of them was taken as hostage, and he was brutally assaulted during the captivity and the kind of torture he went through. It's a very, very difficult, ordeal that what a person can actually go through. And I think that and what I think is reminded of the fact that it's not going to be easy to resolve the entire issues in a year or 2 years. It's going to take a lot of time. The another issue is around, how much are the incidents are being really reported in those areas, and are we getting the right picture out there? And maybe the petty thefts and all that may not have been reported very oftenly, and that might have gone away. So I think that local administrations need to also encourage ships and the merchant ships and the operators to report the incidents. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question to all of you regarding transparency, lessons learned, and how to improve, let's say, the reporting, because I fully understand, fully agree, there's a lot of under-reporting. I understand that. I would like to hear your thoughts on the next round of questions. Let's hear from Nikos on West Africa. Nikos, your thoughts on West Africa?
Yes, I agree totally with Hendrik. We believe that nothing really is changed in Nigeria lately. The reason of the suppression of the piracy attacks, or at least the announced piracy attacks and kidnaps, is because of the criminality is more in the center and the inland. They are aiming a lot of money. For example, pipeline security is a big issue for Nigeria lately. They're losing more than 200,000 barrels per day. So there is work for them in that field. On the other hand, we should consider that elections are coming in Nigeria, and the Nigerian presidency is trying very hard to present that they have managed to suppress the criminality, they have managed to suppress the piracy, they are in control of their own country. So somehow we believe that this is more or less because of that tension, and we have to wait a little bit and see what is the outcome of the elections. Besides this, for us at least, West Africa and Nigeria and the whole Gulf of Guinea is business as usual, which means we have to be very, very careful in the area.
Thank you, Nikos. Mark.
Yeah, I've been traveling to Nigeria for 30 years, and I agree with Henrik. Nigeria is the problem of West Africa, but the elephant in the room, and what breaks my heart as I leave every time, is the level of corruption. And just one example of that is the illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, where their own waters are being plundered. It's usually through licensing corruption, and that's leading to huge poverty. That means Nigeria is a net importer of fish, which is an insanity when you see how rich their fish stocks are. And the sort of second point I'd make is we've been observing the type of young men who go out to attack our merchant marine seafarers. And they are ready for the but they are really well trained, they are incredibly aggressive, usually completely pumped up, sometimes on drugs. And if you see videos of them ransacking ships, it is the most terrifying experience you'll ever witness. And the seafarers who come and talk to us about the experience of being on that I got to be honest, it's some of the most harrowing, heartbreaking experiences. So they are a world apart from the Somali pirates, who are usually sort of recruited, inexperienced. They are hard, well-trained, ruthless, aggressive. So in many ways, be aware of your enemy. And I think the final point I make, just be aware of a false sense of security. Don't believe it's over. It's far from it. It's there, this is what they do, and that's my point.
Okay. Thank you. Now, my next question is about, as you correctly pointed out, there's a lot of underreporting. I would like to ask and hear your thoughts on lessons to be learned from the recent incidents and what can be done to improve the reporting. I mean, what can be done? I mean, in real terms, what are your thoughts? Akshat.
Yeah, thanks, Apostolos. I think this has been a matter of discussion for some time now. I think for the last few years we've been talking about it, and we know, I mean, in the West Africa, there's MDAT, GOG. In the Indian Ocean region, we have UKMTO, MSC, HOA. In the Asia side, we have Singapore Information Fusion Center. Now, perhaps all these regional agencies, they should come together and streamline their reporting process, have a single point of contact for a master to send a report in a uniform way, and as quick as follow. I mean, bare minimum information. The master does not have to write long excerpts of what has actually happened, just on the point, to the point, where the ship is, and let these agencies sort out based on the ship's position where it is and take up the action and act on it then and there only. Perhaps that will be the best way to go forward. And I totally agree that this has been a point of discussion for some time, and it's a matter of all these agencies to come together and streamline their processes.
Okay, Diego.
Yeah, indeed, this is a very important issue. Above all, because it jeopardizes the building up of a good pattern of life for us that could help to clarify future incidents. So in the Indian Ocean region, there are two internationally recognized centers, the UKMTO and UNAFOR MSC, and we work together, shoulder to shoulder. But I think it is sometimes difficult because of the policy of some companies. Some companies don't want to be associated to incidents. Sometimes we start calling the master to clarify events, several agencies at the same time. So we should keep discipline. So every report we receive in the Indian Ocean region implies immediate phone calls between UKMTO and UNAFOR Joint Operation Center. But between us, at the end, only one of us will speak with the master, and that should be the case. Of course, to promote incident reporting, the global shipping associations are essential because they have some influence on thousands and thousands of companies from all over the world. And of course, at national level, they have also something to do, the flag states. But of course, keeping in confidence, the information we receive is one of the points. Keeping a single voice to speak with the master and the company, the operator, is another point. And strategic communication every day. That's the companies should identify and add value to report incidents.
Thank you, Diego. Chirag.
I think the bottom line is around underreporting is also that is around deficiency of trust in the seafarers on that whom they are reporting, whether they are the right agency or not. I think that's what has come up with our discussions with the seafarers. I think they don't believe too much in the local authorities in the West Africa that they can help them in resolving their issues, rather than they feel that they might get into more trouble to report the incidents. And I think that should be the key thing that we need to look at, that how do we encourage the local stakeholders and also that they can encourage, basically that motivate seafarers to report the incidents to these authorities. And that is, I think, something which we as an industry has to look into. The other lessons I think what we have learned is, that continuously that the good companies, the standard companies will take care of the seafarers very well, even after an incident. whether it's a big incident or small incident, that puts a lot of mark on the seafarers in the terms of crisis. But however, there are low-hanging fruits out there in the market, and we have seen seafarers not been paid wages, not been provided any kind of support, even after they've been held hostage in Gulf of Guinea for months. And that's very difficult to deal with, even if in this international regulations, when we have MLC and everything, even those things are still happening down there. So I think that's where we also have to look at.
I think no matter how much the industry progresses, there will always be some substandard, let's say, operators making a name, for the rest across the industry. That's the same. I fully agree with what you're saying. It is happening, unfortunately. Absolutely. Nikos, your thoughts on the underreporting and what needs to be done, maybe lessons to be learned?
Yes, about the Indian Ocean first, and out of our almost 15 years of experience, we believe and we consider the reporting system in the Indian Ocean that it's sufficient. The problem probably is with West Africa and the Gulf of Guinea, which we believe that there are incidents that are not reported. So somehow, if we consider that there is a lack of information in the area, that is the Gulf of Guinea area. Now, what is probably missing is the follow-up reports. We all are aware of if an incident happens, we get an alert, we know the place, we know that there's been something like an attack or an approach or whatever, but we never know what really happened. And this is very critical for the lessons learned and what are the next day, the mitigation measures for the next day. This is why we are trying, as a company, we are trying to come up with some reports, the white papers that we are submitting, just to help the industry and the stakeholders of what really happened, what we believe really happened, what is our out of our investigation, what are the lessons learned, and what the industry has to do to protect the seafarers and the vessels.
Thank you, Nikos. Mark.
So I think Chirag's spot on. The culture of shipping is all about silence and water, usually kind of inspired by the lawyers. The first thing you do is just pretend you don't have a problem. And that culture is changing. We're beginning to see it evolve. We will become more like banking and aviation, particularly aviation, blame culture. I think UK MTO and MCO do great work, but bear in mind, the clues in the title, there's UK before UK MTO. They have national interests before they can pass information back out to seafarers. And I think information, to be useful, it has to be timely. Otherwise, there's no purpose. Too much information, it's not going to get read. Too little, it has no value. So there's a real sweet spot. And this is where I think Akshat's absolutely spot on. One form, globally agreed terms, easy to fill in, and then behind the scenes, everyone, INB included, can do all the work behind the scenes. And here, personally, I'd like to see company security officers in that virtual loop, if they so choose, and definitely companies like Henry's, Risk Intelligence, because they have such a lot to offer with the wealth of experience. So I think really that's where hopefully this new joint industry security committee might help, might be one of the areas they're going to focus on. And I think really ultimately we can really say we've got a safe ship, we've got a secure ship, we've got good mental health because you've got a holistic approach. So it's all doable, low-hanging fruit in my humble opinion.
Okay. Henrik, your thoughts?
Thanks, Apo. This is what you call a damn good question. I'll just throw in a hand grenade here and say perhaps underreporting is not really the main problem. Now, maritime security, as we all know, goes way beyond guys with eye patches and parrots on their shoulders. I read a recent study claiming that there will be an increasing number on local and regional conflicts, including the maritime domain, meaning that we'll see a surge in these kind of conflicts where different types of operators, there may be countries, there may be nation states that actually has regional conflicts that will not be sort of addressed by the international community. Now, if this is the case, then the real problem is that security, that even with a comprehensive security picture, where we have all the incidents listed, every individual operator will still need to analyze what is the potential impact for my vessels, for my crews, for my operations, and mitigate that risk accordingly. So having the full picture is not enough. There needs to be much more embedded within the individual companies. Once everyone understands this to a certain degree, you will see the motivation for reporting, just as in aerospace and other areas, will automatically increase, and we will be able to use all the incidents. Thanks. And sorry for being provocative.
Thank you. Thank you for the grenade. Spot on. I mean, I fully agree on the first part. I fully disagree on the last comment that you said, if this happens, then everyone would, move forward. I think Mark and I have, agreed in the past, there needs to be some sort of regulation regarding compliance and some penalties. This is how the industry works. But I fully agree on the first part of the grenade. I mean, that's spot on. I mean, it's not the underreporting, it's what we do with the reporting, even if we have the clear picture. And you are absolutely correct. We haven't seen that across the industry happening because people are, looking at, at the elephant in the room, and they say, no, there's no elephant here. No, we are happy with that. I mean, spot on. Thank you for the comment. Now, we don't have unlimited time. We have to wrap up. I would like to ask you for your final comment, statement, thoughts. I would like to ask you if we would, let's say, if you could change one thing across the industry that would have either a profound or a significant impact to improve maritime security, what would it be, that thing, and why? I mean, I would like to hear your thoughts on how we could improve. Okay, we are here today. That's okay. We can live with that. We live with that. How could we improve? Your thoughts. Diego, we'll start with you.
Yes, of course. We can improve maritime security in several ways. Yeah, but regarding the shipping industry, by refining the procedure, by refining the risk assessment, by not relaxing themselves in the application of sea protection measure, and of course we should invest more on our support from coastal states, and we should keep the presence of the navies in the high seas.
Diego, you said one thing.
Yeah.
You're starting to give us the Bible here.
I'm not going to fix the whole world. Okay, let's focus on the shipping industry.
You have to prioritize. That's the meaning of the final thought.
I wanted to fix the world. Okay, so the point is for me, just for the shipping industry to keep on refining the risk assessment, not to relax themselves in the sea protection measure, of course, and to achieve a balance between safety, security, and then to keep on with a good best management practice. I think most of the companies are doing it very well.
Thank you, Diego. Chirag, your thoughts?
I think making sure that the seafarers are better trained and aware of the threats emerging at sea, I think that's very necessary.
Okay, thank you. Nikos?
Well, I think we have to stick with the risk assessment and the outcome of these assessments. We've seen lately that the environment always changes. For example, the recent attack in the pipelines, Nord Stream, changed completely the game of the maritime security. What was lacking? The risk assessment. Nobody believed that there was a risk in the pipelines, and especially in that area, but it happened. The capability existed and it happened. So we have to focus on the risk assessment, try to understand what are our vulnerabilities, and take mitigating measures in time.
Thank you. Mark?
I agree with Henry's focus. It's got to be my ship, my risk. That's what scares the seafarers. And to do that properly, you need to have data. To get the data, what we need is one form with agreed terms. And then what that does, it actually allows us to deliver an agreed security narrative. It goes to captains and CSOs, but also management, board, shareholders. And shareholders actually own the companies. And the key thing here is not to scare people. Let's just keep it absolutely grounded in reality And I promise you, the outcome is you'll have a secure ship, you have a safe ship, and then you've got a fighting chance of delivering effective mental health for your seafarers to go to work all day, every day, safe and secure.
Thank you. Henry.
I would suggest the one thing that I would focus on and advocate for is for ship owners, ship managers, ship operators to understand, globally understand local pattern of life, meaning that they understand what is domain awareness, so maritime domain awareness, what is happening out there, and then provide everyone involved in the transit, that is office desk people and its crew, or at least a bridge team, with the necessary information and sufficient tools for operating and working in that particular area. And just to draw the line back to where we started, I'll just say that removing a high-risk area drawing is absolutely not the same as removing the mitigation measures. They are still relevant globally, and they all comes back to what I think every panelist have mentioned, doing a proper voyage risk assessment every time, adhering to it and mitigating the identified risks. Thanks.
Thank you, Henrik. Akshat.
Yeah, I would say learn from the success stories. Okay, there has been a decline in the West Africa or the Indian Ocean region. So what led to it? Was it the enforcement agencies or better focus on the land-based infrastructure, overcoming the complexities or instability in those regions? So learn from those, don't let the guard down, and focus on what was the success story in those particular areas and how, considering the different geopolitical constraints or challenges in a different region, having due regards to it, but take the good bits from there and try to implement while looking into how it can be better implemented in the other region.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank all our viewers, all our speakers and panelists within the course of these 2 days. I would like, of course, to thank you all in this closing panel of the conference. I would like to thank our sponsors as well. And we're very much looking forward to seeing you in one of our future events. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, good evening, good night.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.